I'm sorry, but everyone knows who loves the most Star Trek the Motion Picture. It opens up in the theater and on the DVDs and the videotapes and all that stuff with Star Trek the Overture. That little light yes, build in by, of course, the great Jerry Goldsmith, that wonderful score of his. And I just thought I would bother you all with that for a second. So here we go. Whoa, whoa, everyone. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Never mind. Just kidding. Just kidding. I won't do that to you. Well, I did, didn't I? Too bad. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to Saturday Night Star Trek here on CLOBBERIN Times. 161 total, actually 861 overall. And I'm so happy to see you here. And you know why I'm happy? Not just to see all you wonderful, beautiful folks in the chat, but even more so to see my fantastic, beautiful first officer, the greatest first officer in all of Starfleet history, RM as in Rock, the Rock Raquel Briggs. Hey there, my dear.
I love you so much. Thank you for the warm welcome. I'm so excited about tonight. I'm actually so excited. I almost feel like little nervous nerves, kind of like a kid. This is going to be so much fun.
Indeed.
And yeah, can't wait to get started.
I cannot wait. Love it, love it, love it. And I tell you what, before we say hello to some wonderful people, quick show notes. Monday night, Mark C. Comics Talk, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, the beautiful, the magnificent Purple Valkyrie will be joining me.
Yay.
We're just going to have a general comics discussion because I haven't done that in a while, and I miss talking to the great Purple, so we'll be doing that. And then Wednesday night, because I want to thank everyone again. I cannot believe what a great turnout we had Wednesday night. Flash and I did for our top 25 all-time favorite movies show that we did, where we counted down our top 25 favorites. And you people were really wonderful to us. But obviously, and again, I couldn't really pay attention to the chat because we were trying to keep the flow going. But a lot of you were putting a lot of names of a lot of films that you love as well. And of course, 25 is such a small list if you love movies. It was brutal for us to keep certain films off of there. So you know what? And everyone was right saying we should do sort of an honorable mention follow-up, an honorable mention show, because Flash and I always did a follow-up show to all of our list shows back in the day on BTR. So Wednesday night, Flash will join me again, and we will talk about the ones that got away, the ones that killed us to leave it off the list. A lot of movies that we do love that just didn't make the top 25. But we will. So, and of course, we'll also get some input from you wonderful folks in the chat, maybe like 2 or 3 or 4 of your favorites of films. And you could even beat up on us and say, how did you leave this off the list, you dumbass? we can take it. We can take it. So, and so that will be Wednesday night, as always, Wednesday night, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. So there you go. And let's see here. I tell you what, number one, let's say some hellos before we get going.
Yeah. The chat is bumping. It is blowing up. And all of our favorite people are here. We're going to have so much fun tonight. I'm stoked.
Absolutely. What a great, wonderful, beautiful chat we have here. Oh man, I'm excited to see all of you here tonight. Let's see. First, a big special shout out because we've only seen her one time here before. The beautiful Rennie A has popped in, and she is a wonderful mod over there at the great Doomcock's channel, our good buddy Doomcock. And Rennie, it is lovely to see you here again, my dear. Thank you so much.
She's just a genuinely beautiful and kind person. She is so nice to everyone. She always builds community wherever she goes. And a little birdie told me that Rennie was streaming today as a guest. So
where at?
I didn't take down who she was with. Okay. I'm not sure which stream, and that's why I'm bringing it up, because I'm kind of hoping that maybe Rennie could share that with Eric or Chris, and we could promote Rennie's work. She's just a really, really beautiful and kind person who I love hanging out with whenever I'm over on Doomcock's channel. So maybe we could give her a little boost, because she certainly deserves it.
Well, absolutely, Rennie. If you're doing a channel, or if you're just making any appearances, Rennie is wonderful. So the Mr. Brown Alliance. Okay,
there you go.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm not familiar with them, but
me neither.
But anyone look for that, or everyone, you can probably. I don't have a link on me, of course, because I'm not familiar with it. But please, anyone could seek that out. And thank you so much for that, Rennie. Excuse me here.
Yeah.
1 second. That's what I get for eating popcorn before we start. But we're talking about movies tonight. I had to have popcorn, folks. What do you mean?
Rennie, don't thank me. Seriously, you just totally deserve it. It's exactly how I feel about you. You are such a kind and beautiful person. You are so nice to everyone. And even when total strangers come into that chat and all of us are there and we all know each other, you just reach out to everyone and make everyone feel welcome. You are a genuinely special and beautiful lady. So my pleasure. And I'm so excited that you're streaming. I definitely want to go over there and check it out.
That's right. Now I know who he is. He does the art for Doomcock's background, which is fantastic. Great artist.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we love you, Doomcock, by the way. All right, let's see. So here with us tonight, of course, is our fantastic friend, the great Mark D with a C, who just had a birthday. Happy birthday again.
Happy birthday. Yeah.
We are, of course, blessed to have my great friend, Steve Mitchum here, brother.
Yay.
Always
Maddie's
great
daddy.
to have you here, buddy. You're the man.
Yeah. Kiss Maddie for me, please.
The great Eric K, master of all that is wrench, the bronze surfer.
Hey, baby. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I love you. I'm so happy you're here.
Yeah, good to see you, bro. As always. Also, another master of great wrenching is Chris Persia is here.
Yes.
What's up, bro?
Love you, love you, love you.
Always a pleasure, sir. Always a pleasure. Let's see here. Wolfie762, thank you for dropping in tonight. We appreciate seeing you. That's what she said. Because I can't even match that one. I just don't know. All right, let's see here. The wonderful Felicianos, as in Raymond and his better half Sandra. Hey.
Couple. They're romantic, they're fun, they're smart, they're great people. The Felicianos.
Yes, and yesness. It is so great to see you both here tonight. My buddy Troy Pacelli popped in, who was hanging out with a little bit over at Paulie's today. He said he had to run, I think, but in case you are hearing it, Troy, good to see you, and I appreciate you popping in, my bud.
Yeah.
Guess who else is with us tonight? She is Apollome's minion, Anne
Pupper. Thank you so much for stopping in. I don't know if you're still working, if you're still on the road, or if you're pulled over for the night, but it's so good to see you, and thank you so much for your support.
Yes, indeed. Good to see you. You hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
I'm having some technical issues. Okay, I was having a little bit of a problem with my mouse there. Okay, sorry. I'm having there we go. A little bit of an issue with my mouse there. All right. Oh, by the way, before I continue, because I always do this too late. I'm sorry. My wonderful co-host and first officer is an author, of course, as you all know. Oh. And there is a link to her wonderful works.
Very kind.
And you could please mention them, of course.
Very, very kind of you. Yeah. So these are all science fiction short stories. And if you like The Outer Limits and The Twilight Zone and Edgar Allan Poe and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, you'll like these stories. And they're cheap. They're only 74 cents American. And if you like them, please leave feedback, because your feedback is super important. One day I would like to get this short story collection together and have it bound and send it out to whomever would like a copy and get it signed. So yeah, I would really appreciate your support. Thank you so much for bringing that up, Clobby.
Anytime, my wonderful friend. Snortapoopus is too. His burr is here. What's up, bud?
Snortapoopus!
Cuber.
Oh my goodness. The lovely Arwen Avalon. So lovely to see you, my dear. Great to see you. He popped in earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but my buddy J-Man. J-Man, what's up, man?
Nice to see you, J-Man. So
Appreciate
happy you're here.
And again, his link to his channel, as I always forget these links and stuff. Link to his channel and the channels of many other great YouTubers are in my description below. Please check all those channels out and give them your support. Janet from Another Planet is here.
Yay! Interplanet Janet, she's a galaxy girl. Okay, so that kind of sucked, but I wasn't prepared to sing. But if you are a Gen X kid, you know exactly where that comes from, and that is Janet's song. That is her song in this community. She owns that song here. So that's a Gen X shout out to Janet.
Indeed. Welcome indeed, Janet. The great Lord Thoth. What's up, LT, buddy?
LT! Long live the Legion, baby. Long live the Legion.
Hey, Yvonne lives. Long live the Legion, my friend. Great to see you. Dark Shadow Logan. Hey, man.
Hey.
Big shout out. And I understand you're doing much better. And I'm so happy for you, bro. And it's always great to have you here, my good friend.
Yeah.
Part of the comic shop cabal, I understand.
Yeah.
That Eric K's conspiracy theory of the conspiracy of comic shop owners. Let's see here. Dadman Walking 55. I say hello to Mrs. Dadman for us in case she doesn't pop in.
Yes, the scariest avatars on the internet.
Yes, Dadman of the scary avatar. Dude, I love it. Don't ever change though.
No, we love it. We love it. Just really scary and super glad that they're small because if they were any bigger, they might give me nightmares. Another
member of the comic shop Illuminati, D. Bud Martin, my brother.
Yay!
Good to see you, buddy. Anti-derivative Jill, thank you for being here tonight. It's great to see you.
And your comments last week were so good, Jill. And I'm so happy that you returned because we had a great time with you last week.
Absolutely. It's great to see you. Crucible the Crazed. Hey, hey, hey.
Love that name, Crucible the Crazed.
Love it.
So good to see you.
One of your favorite names and one of our favorite people, Scuba Pete.
Scuba Pete! I love you.
And that rascal from down here, from down my neck of the woods, the great Pat S. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Pat. Nice to see you.
Indeed, indeed. And the great Phantom Outsider.
Such a great name. Such a great name.
What's up, Project Storytime, buddy?
Yeah, thank you so much for stopping in. Thank you for supporting our channel.
Good to see you, buddy. Always. The great, legendary Just Joe, a.k.a. Jobber, my old friend from the old days of BTR, buddy. Always great to see you, bro.
Welcome.
Always great to see you, man. JT Kirk, what's up, sir?
JT Kirk, I'm so happy that you're here. I saw your comment earlier, Gold Press Latinum. I don't know if I'll be able to swing it.
And Zathras here. I don't know why Zathras see, but Zathras do, because Zathras is, I cannot do a good Zathras impression, but only Babylon fans will be able to know the difference. Zathras,
I know.
Good to see you.
I know Zathras now, and wow, what a very creepy character. I'm looking forward to
Zathras now. Cool.
I have seen Zathras, the infamous Zathras. And now I totally get it. I'm only one episode in with Zathras.
Oh, but I know where you are then.
Yeah, but I'm getting there, folks. I'm getting there. I'm Canadian, so you know Babylon 5 isn't easy to get up here if you're doing it legally. So yeah, I'm there. I'm there.
Nice. Let's see here. Oops. All right. Captain Hipster Spock, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, my friend. Yay. Thank you for popping in, Cap. Great to see you, sir. Speaker for the dead. Hello.
Nice to see you.
The Jesus is my King 68. I know who you are. You're not fooling anybody, but it's great to see you. And
thank you for coming.
Good to see you, buddy. Liger fan, hey. Great to see you, my friend.
Hey.
And Matt Ludy, hello.
Welcome.
I think we've covered everyone. If anyone else pops in, we always try to say hello to everyone on this special night for us.
I
think we've handled everyone. So I suppose we should get to the business at hand, shall we?
I'm nervous and excited. There's so much ground to cover, but at the same time, you're one of my best friends in the whole world, like in the real world. So at the same time, I'm just going to sit back and let this flow because you and I, when we're riffing, I think we're great together. So I do have a little bit of a reading that you asked me to prepare.
Oh, sure.
But how do you want to start this off?
Well, Project Storytime says fine. I thought you're not talking to us. We did say hi, Project Storytime, and good to see you, Josh.
Yes.
He may be talking to somebody else. I don't know.
Yes.
But Project Storytime, I did shout you out, bro. Maybe you missed it. That's cool. I just checking. Didn't want you to think that we wouldn't say hi to you, brother. But where? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I mean, interrupt you there. Go ahead.
Yeah. So how should we do this introduction? How should we broach this material?
Well, I tell you what. Since again we're only doing 2 films, not like we're doing 6 episodes or 5 episodes or 4 episodes, and so you can breathe a little bit, and we can just kind of start out talking about it from maybe how a little bit of our origins. Okay, no, I got you, Project. I just didn't want you to think we wouldn't say hello to you, brother. I don't know. I wouldn't want to. I was thinking maybe a little bit of our origins with the film, because it is my origin for Star Trek.
Oh, is
and
it?
And I thought we would do that a little bit.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, we can
Before
do
we get
that.
started.
And yeah, we can do that before we get started. And I want you to know that I do have that J.M. Dillard reading
Good.
from Star Trek, Where No One Has Gone Before, A History in Pictures. And that's the one with the William Shatner foreword. And the reason why I chose that one is because, the story, the actual script and the story are two different things. So we've got this teleplay, we've got this script, we've got this story, and we have all of this lore. We have factoid lore, so fan lore, and then we have the real meat, the real truth about who wrote this motion picture. And because it's so convoluted, I rooted around in my books, in all my Star Trek books. And I think that this one, because it is a book that is primarily picture based, that it is the shortest. So people won't snooze while I introduce it. But it also takes apart that ridiculous, convoluted story that without it would sound like just a garble of different names that were involved in writing the motion picture. So when you're ready to give way to that, I've got that ready for you, Clobby.
Okay, sure. Well, I'm just going to give a little bit of background on what got me. So, it is my origin and introduction really to Star Trek as a whole. Hey, your Muslim uncle. Good to see you
your
there.
Muslim uncle. So good to see you.
In the sense that, we obviously, I think I probably glanced an episode here and there on when the show was on network, but I was very young. And my gospel in terms of science fiction was Lost in Space, Time Tunnel, things like that. And even when Star Trek was in syndication in the 70s, but not here so much. It was, but not all, sporadic. It came on different times. I had two brothers to fight with for the television. So even though I loved comics, I didn't get a lot of chance to see the show that much.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I really got into Star Wars and even the original Battlestar Galactica before I was able to get a chance to watch a lot of Star Trek. I'd seen it bits and pieces. So I was no Star Trek fanatic. And then when I was about 18 years old, listen to me, I'm jumping ahead. Even I'm not that old. I was around 14 and 15 years old when Marvel Comics started running ads on the back of their comics. And I should have pulled that picture up. It's the one with that, the famous back of the comics ad. I would see these ads for Star Trek, the motion picture. And at that time, I was nuts for anything with spaceships because of Star Wars, because of Lost in Space before it. And it was just something I never got to see a whole lot. Other people got to see it younger in their life than I do, earlier in their lives than I do. So, as was often the case back then, because not too long ago, our dear departed buddy, Mark C. and I did a show about comic book movie adaptations, which is, of course, the big budget films back then would usually have a comic book adaptation as accompaniment, and they would usually come out before the film because we weren't in the spoiler pansy age. No one, lost their mind about spoilers and all this kind of. People just would read the comic before, they would read the novels before and such, right? So I picked up this bad boy weeks before we got the film.
Oh, I love this. I love this cover. It's so beautiful.
This wonderful.
So good.
This Bob Larkin cover, yes. And again, I was just, I must have worn this thing out. I was fascinated by this. Marv Wolfman, of course, did the writing for the adaptation. Dave Cockrum art with Klaus Janson inks. A lot of people don't like Janson much, but I thought this was a beautiful comic. And not just the cover, the interior. I like the interior as well. It was very different from the cover. But they had such great covers, by the way. That was Marvel Super Special number 15. And so by the time, I got through just going through this thing over and over again and reading it over and over again, I couldn't wait to see the film.
Yeah.
Couldn't wait. So that was kind of my introduction. And then after the film came out, they started it back in syndication to kind of coincide with it. It started getting a bigger run where we are in syndication.
Yeah.
And first on Sunday mornings. And then later, and we were one of those families that got one of the first VCRs, big old clunky, gigantic, ridiculous sized VCR. And I was recording them all and watching the episodes, and I was hooked. That's how. So, but it was my fascination with this comic, and then when I went to see it at the theater, just loved the film. I didn't know a lot about, like, people like to take jabs at it about the Changeling and all this other stuff. I didn't know any of that. I was 15 years old, and I was just captivated by it. Yeah. Everything about it, the thoughtfulness of the story, the characters, the beauty of the way it was filmed, all that stuff. I was absolutely captivated by it. So people who criticize it probably have a different life experience with it than I do, and that's fine. I love it, and perhaps a lot of that is rooted in emotion, which is fine for me. I don't care. It is. I'll admit it. It is. It is an emotional love that I will always have for this film. I never get tired of it. And, I don't really care who disagrees on it. I love it. And I will defend it to the death. I think it's a wonderful film. I mean, yes, it's, later, in hindsight, it's easy to judge things by. Like, I can watch The Changeling a million times, read the novel of this a million times, or read the In Thy Image script that we'll talk about later. But the movie, the comic adaptation, it's just means the world to me. Yeah. So that's how I got started with Star Trek, folks. And so number one, how do you want to begin with your phase? Because I wanted to get that out of the way to let people know. That's why I love Star Trek, the motion picture, so much.
Well, okay, so for me, it wasn't my first experience with Star Trek, and I don't like to give out too much personal information on the internet, and certainly not about my childhood and my personal life and things like that, because it's just not safe. However, I will say this: it wasn't my first experience with Star Trek, but I will say that I saw it in 1980. Because, of course, it was released on December 7th, 1979, and I live in Canada. And I saw it in Alberta, and I had to wait outside in the cold, and I did see it in 1980, and that's the way things were back then. So a movie would get released in the United States, we would get the reels up here, it would go to. And I could be wrong about this because I'm not an expert in this, but I do believe that back then in Canada, it was branded. So I believe that I saw the Paramount picture at the Paramount Theatre here in Alberta. And it was a very, very cold day. Everyone was lined up, even though it had been out for a while. And I was freezing my keister off. And I was very, very happy to finally file inside and take my seat. And I was mesmerized. I absolutely love this film. This film is more than just something from my childhood. This is something that I'm passionate about, including as an adult, because of what it tried to do, what it accomplished, and maybe some of the things that it didn't quite exceed expectations on, but this willingness to reach out and to create something magical and something totally different. So you're going to hear nothing but glowing reviews from me and a giant defense. So you can think of me as Plato defending Socrates. I will be absolutely vicious, tenacious, and obnoxious in my defense of this glorious, gorgeous film, including the wonderful Bob Peak theatrical release poster that you have on the screen for those who are just listening to this as a podcast and not participating in the live chat. So this film for me, this is it. I can go back to it again and again throughout my life. It never gets old. I try not to memorize it. I know a lot of Star Trek fans try to memorize the films and they memorize the dialogue. I've actually gone out of my way to try not to memorize it, even though I watch it every year, because it's just so special to me. and I want to keep it alive every single year, and just it's just so good.
I love
So
your enthusiasm
I'm
for
just,
it.
I realize that I'm gushing. And
It's
normally,
okay.
I'm quite cerebral and reserved unless I'm goofing off. But this is something that I just think is just something I can't believe that human beings made this. It's gorgeous, glorious, sexy science fiction, and it's just absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely. By the way, Arwen, you said you might have some storm problems. If you, it missed us. We're weird because we have one heading right for us, and I hope New Orleans is okay. New Orleans, I don't know where you are, but New Orleans got kind of spared it a little bit. But a lot of the Gulf Coast is probably getting hit there, and I hope again we got lucky this time. We kind of missed it, but I hope now it'll come back and knock my power out. Watch, but hopefully it won't. So anybody out there, by the way, that if you're in the path of that storm, good luck. Good luck. So yeah, look, I mean, I unabashedly love it. By the way, but again, I understand a lot of people don't. It is, I mean, you can't deny that there are people that don't, who love Trek, but just don't love it, and that's perfectly fine as well. I can't help them. They can go on just and not like it all they want, and it's cool. It doesn't bother me. And I even understand some criticisms, but it means a lot to me, and I admitted it up front. A lot of it is in my heart for that reason. But not only that, I also think it's aged well.
Yes.
I watch it now, and I know people like to say boring. They just like things are boring, and I don't know. To me, it goes fairly well. It is not very fast paced or anything, or kind of like this really great rhythm and jazziness that another film we're going to talk about later has. It doesn't have that.
But it's telling a completely different story in a completely different way.
Well, the thing is, Raquel, is that there are Trek episodes of the series that are more like this one, and there are other ones that are more like Wrath of Khan. I mean, Trek can do it all. I mean, look, I love the Immunity Syndrome, and there's just kind of an episode where they go into this big amoeba thing. This is more similar in tone to something like that. For me anyway. And there's not a lot of people like to say something about the 5-minute ride around the Enterprise. We'll get to all that later, but I love that stuff, and of course, what a great score it has. So
definitely not folks who read books, if you know what I'm saying. So
Steve Ernest.
Stephen Ernest. Yeah, I often say, George R.R. Martin could take 16 pages to describe the color of grass, and yet these folks will get on and say, that they love George R.R. Martin. So, there is a certain level of patience, but that's a way of imbibing. It's a way of tasting, and sometimes you're going to crave a chocolate sundae, and maybe you have some cherries with it, and you'll just dig into that beautiful chocolate sundae with cherries, and it's delicious. And then there are other times when you want to sit down to a proper roast beef or steak dinner, and this requires patience. You might have to do a little bit of chewing, and so you should. If you want to be challenged cerebrally and be challenged visually and approach it from a more literary perspective, a more academic perspective. So, yeah.
Yep, that's two Steves. I happen to know that there's a third Steve in there under an assumed name. So.
So now
get those pipes ready, Steve said.
Yeah, the thing is that if you don't understand the Canadian reference, this is more bad singing, and people are just going to assume I'm a bad singer, but I can't help it. I need to do it, and it must be done. So these are the Steves I know. These are the Steves I know. These are the Steves I know. These are the Steves I know.
They love it. But you have to at least, I think. See, there you go. That's why I knew it was you. Jesus is my king. So I guess I know you have to have 3 Steves in there to do it, but I think two should be okay too. I think Slade Wilson, hey there.
Hey, hello.
So yeah, continue. Sorry to bug you there.
No, not at all. I love it when you interrupt me. Yeah, because I can really get going, and so I should be stopped.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay,
We're here to have
so
fun.
I think the best way to get into this is to tell this Dillard story, and then I think we can start discussing it. What do you think?
Absolutely. Go for it.
Okay, so this is just a little bit longer of a read than what our listeners are used to. Usually I pick things that are very, very short. This one is just slightly longer, like maybe about a paragraph longer than what you're used to hearing me read. But it's vital. You want to know why? I was sitting back thinking to myself what it would be like to take this hodgepodge of fan lore about how this film came to be, and about phase 2, and about whether or not phase 2 was still going to happen, and how the motion picture came to be, and how the story came to be, and you know, when you mix it all together, it sounds like gobbledygook. And certainly when people who are super Trekkies, they get on and they start dropping all these names, and all these names are supposed to mean something to everyone, a lot of times they don't. And it's important for everyone to be on the same page, as it were, in understanding what actually transpired here in the context of phase 2 and the film and the show. So that it really, this text, this Dillard text, Clubby, if you want to put a visual of it up, it really does this, and it does it quickly and handily.
But I can find it.
Ash is here. Yeah, so we're just looking for Star Trek Where No One Has Gone Before, A History in Pictures. And it's by J.M. Dillard.
Hey there, Ash. Yeah, J.M. Dillard. That's right. You did tell me about it last week. I should have got the picture. I'm sorry. So while you're doing that, I will find a picture of it.
Wonderful. Sat Shri Akal. Ash, it is so good to see you, my brother. Okay, so just to keep us copyright compliant, I've named the text, and you should know that I am on page 62. So if you're running over to your Star Trek collection, I'm on page 62. It all started when Paramount acquired the Star Trek copyright from Desilu in the late 1960s and decided to present the property as a syndication package. There were plenty of takers. In fact, the show became a hands-down hit in syndication. By 1975, Roddenberry and Paramount were having serious talks about Star Trek II. But the project soon evolved from a TV series to a modest-budget $3 million movie. Roddenberry immediately set to work on the first draft of the screenplay and soon turned to The God Thing. That's the title. A story about a computer with damaged programming and delusions of godhood. It also contains some elements that readers will recognize. A transporter accident that scrambles bodies, and a scene that shows Spock as a postulant with the Vulcan Masters. Paramount rejected Roddenberry's effort, but was determined to come up with a suitable script. Soon, a steady stream of writers were making their way onto and then off the Paramount lot. In February 1976, writer Harlan Ellison, also known as the boob grabber, just kidding, that's not in the book, jokingly told interviewer Tom Snyder, there have been 967 writers called onto this project. Last word, there was no script. They've got a director, they've got a start date, no script. I think they're going to stand there and whistle. Who knows? So obviously a joke. Finally, the writing team of Chris Bryant and Alan Scott came up with a story idea that Paramount liked, which involved the ancient Titans. And this isn't in the book, but I will tell you that it was actually called Star Trek Planet of the Titans. But that's not in the book. Okay, so who turn out to be our friends aboard the Enterprise, thanks to the magic of time travel. However, the script itself was actually written by committee. By the time everyone had a turn rewriting Bryant and Scott's original draft, the storyline that had been approved was unrecognizable. Paramount wound up rejecting the entire effort. By late 1978, the discouraged executives finally decided, since no one was coming up with a big enough idea, perhaps Star Trek really was just best suited for television. Paramount executives started talking about a fourth network with a brand new live-action Star Trek series as its cornerstone. Robert Goodwin and Harold Livingston were brought in to produce a new series, and the writer, John Poville, was hired as associate producer and story editor. Most of the original cast returned, with the notable exception of Leonard Nimoy, who was not available at the time. In his place, David Gautreaux was cast as the Vulcan science officer Zahn, and a new actress, Parasis Kambata, was cast as the navigator Ilea. With several scripts purchased, actors hired, and the series ready to go, Paramount had a sudden change of heart. Less than 3 weeks before production was to begin, Paramount executives pulled the plug on the new series. Why? Well, for one thing, plans for the fourth network fell through. But the most compelling reason was can be neatly summed up with 2 little words: Star Wars. Awed by Star Wars' financial success at the box office, Paramount suddenly realized it had a potentially very lucrative property on its hands. Star Trek, which no longer would be a modest television series, but a theatrical special effects extravaganza. And so Star Trek, which had come so close to being resurrected as a television series, then a low-budget movie, then a series once more, was finally destined to become a major motion picture. On March 28th, 1978, Paramount held a press conference to announce that Star Trek would soon become a $10 million movie. All the original cast, including Leonard Nimoy, had been signed and were in attendance that day. When asked whether he would find it difficult to play Captain Kirk after 9 years away from the role, William Shatner replied, "I think Spencer Tracy said it best. You take a deep breath and you say the words." Of course, you have to have some years of experience to know how to say the words and suck in your breath. An actor brings to a role not only the concept of the character, but his own basic personality, things that he is. And both Leonard and myself have changed over the years, to a degree at any rate, and we will bring that degree of change inadvertently to the roles we recreate. End of quote. Leonard Nimoy had signed his contract barely 24 hours before, and at the same time of the press conference, his character had yet to be written into the script. You hear that, folks? When asked why he had been so reluctant to play Spock once more, he stated, "It's not really a matter of reluctance. We had a lot of details to iron out. There have been periods of time when Star Trek concept was moving forward and I was not available. When the project turned around, I was available again, and we started talking immediately. It had been complicated. It had been time-consuming, but there was never a question of reluctance to be involved with Star Trek on my part. I've always felt totally comfortable about being identified with Star Trek and about being identified with the Spock character. It has exploded my life in a very positive way." End quote. Veteran director Robert Wise from West Side Story, The Sound of Music, and The Day the Earth Stood Still was also present at the conference and said, "Science fiction is something that's always interested and intrigued me, but I've never had a chance to do that kind of show. I think I can make an absolutely fascinating picture. I'm looking forward to my involvement with all the cast and the marvelous special photographic effects that we can bring to it. I'm very excited." End quote. But although the actors and directors had been signed, no script yet existed. It was finally chosen from the scrapped Star Trek II series plot In Thy Image. Harold Livingston wrote the teleplay based on Alan Dean Foster's treatment. The teleplay was soon expanded by Livingston with help from Roddenberry into a screenplay. Paramount spent an enormous sum on the film's special effects, first hiring Robert Abel and Associates, then, oh, this guy's marvelous, Douglas Trumbull. The cost, which had gone from $3 to $8 to $10 million, soon soared to $44 million. The most money at that time that Paramount had ever invested in a single film. Yet for all its costs, Star Trek the Motion Picture was not warmly received by critics, in part because of its endless special effects, which it focused on at the character's expense, said Leonard Nimoy. Those in charge had a concept. I think the concept was kind of 2001 approach. Very cool, very scientific, steely gray, a very metallic film. That's what they wanted, and I suppose they had a right to do it. But despite Star Trek the Motion Picture's uneven reviews, the movie turned out to be a financial success. Fans lined up for city blocks to see it. A pleased Paramount began making plans for a sequel. And that's it.
Nice. Great book. I need to get that.
So as you can see, folks, this is why I wanted to read from this book, not only because it's short and gets to the point as most picture books are, but because this was vetted by William Shatner, and this J.M. Dillard is quite a good writer. You'll hear me recommend and and skewer some books for terrible grammar, awful copywriting and proofreading errors. This book is great. This book gets my seal of approval, and as you can see, there was a lot of ground to cover, a lot of facts, a lot of information, a lot of developments, and a lot of dates, going all the way from 1974 when they first called Gene Roddenberry, all the way up to 1979.
She's also written some of the novelizations, like a couple of the Trek films, and written her own Trek books. I've seen her. I think I met her at the con once way back when. Nice. She was pretty nice, and I did not realize this was hers, but I've seen this book a few times, and it does look very cool.
It's a wonderful book, and once again, I'm kind of a jerk about this because I'm a communications and technology scholar, but I don't believe in all of this, user generated content. A lot of the time, what ends up happening is you just move factoids forward, and factoids don't help because they seem like they're facts, but they're not, and then they become fan lore. And so it's very important to have these vetted books and to be getting and to get down to the facts and make sure that material is vetted, and that's what this book does. So really like this one and definitely recommend it, my friends.
Absolutely. Jed, pop culture activist. Just kidding. Archivist is here. Yo, bro. Kal-El 48. Hello there. And Parrot Head is not apparently at the moment wasting away in Margaritaville.
So good to see you.
Good to see you, Parrot Head.
So happy you're here.
Indeed. So, what's that? Please ask Raquel what era Star Trek book that covers. Go for it.
Okay, so I can just...
Are there a couple of them?
Yeah. So for this one, for the one that I have the one from 1994. Mm-hmm. And it covers the original series, the in-between years, which is very important. If you want to understand phase 2, if you want to understand phase 2 in detail, and you want to know everything that went on, wow, this has such great coverage of that phase 2. Star Trek, the films, Star Trek Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and then Voyager. And so that's it for this particular copy. And I highly recommend it, Stephen Ernest.
Yeah, there you go. There were some, I think that's one of the latest of the editions. There may have been a couple of later that added a few things or annotated it or whatever, but I do know that other than that, they have one way later that had filth in it, so we don't count that. So.
Yeah, I tend to avoid the books that have the filth, the unmentionable filth, because, right. Who wants to attach a dirty diaper to a beautiful book? You know what I mean? I keep the filthy diapers off my books.
No filth. So, yeah, well, the film itself, I guess we should talk a little bit about that, or just I mean, everyone's seen it, and everyone's seen it quite a bit. So just however you want to work it, we could just kind of go through it a little bit, maybe do a little review, unless you had something else to add here and there.
No, I just I was kind of hoping we could riff on a few things. Maybe a good place to start is the fact that we were talking about how a lot of people yourself included, could see that there are two very different types of approaches to Star Trek. So you have this incredibly cerebral idea of Star Trek, and then you have this more playful, more relationship-driven Star Trek that is merely sprinkled with that literary quality, that cerebral quality. And so maybe I should go ahead and reveal now that when Gene Roddenberry was contemplating who he wanted to direct Star Trek the Motion Picture, I want you to understand how wonderful this person was, and the seriousness, the gravity that of this situation. The gravity. Can you believe it? You guys, you can kick me if you want. So I want you to hear his list. This is his personal list that he gave to Paramount when he envisioned how this film should transpire.
Okay.
Francis Ford Coppola, Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, Robert Wise, William Friedkin, George Roy Hill, and Norman Jewison.
Wow.
So when you're thinking about the conceptualizing Star Trek, you're getting into Gene's head, that's what he was thinking.
Wow, those are some names there. Every one of them I recognize. Obviously, some of them are gigantic, and other them are, still all of them are big names to film buffs. I mean, even the one, So he ended up with Robert Wise, who was certainly no newcomer. West Side Story, The Andromeda Strain,
yep,
and a few other things. So that's I'm certain a well-known director, an established one. As what Jewish and was well known mostly in Hollywood, but. But Coppola, Lucas, Spielberg, all those guys. I mean, did he approach any of those people? He just wanted them. Did he talk to them? I mean, I know he met some of those guys.
Well, the thing is about this wonderful book is interspersed with this storytelling. So it's basically the narrative. It's a wonderful, fluid storytelling of the history of Star Trek up to that Voyager, but interspersed are the most lovely little, almost like a magazine article, as if you had ripped out a story in a magazine and placed it inside the book. So this book has tons of those, and it's great because it even has Isaac Asimov's a letter about how he felt about Trekkies and so on and so forth. So there's actually a full magazine article, magazine article inserted into the book that discusses just that. And so, it's quite lengthy. I'm not going to read it, but yeah, it's just, it's wonderful for me to tell people about how much Gene cared about this and how he wanted this to be a serious film. He did want this to be like 2001. He did want this to be visually stunning and totally cerebral. And then on the other side, everybody is screaming and hollering for something that would be tantamount to Star Wars. So two very different things. And this was, as you well know, Clobby, familiar territory for Gene. Gene was always, wondering where you could find the good mix between the comedy episodes and these really deep episodes that he wanted to dig into and discuss.
Yes, absolutely. He was very serious about it. He wanted to do something cerebral. I mean, Gene Roddenberry did not have any disdain for Star Wars, but he knew that was a different animal. He respected it. I mean, he even liked it. I think he said he liked it. He enjoyed it. But he wanted his Star Trek to be a little bit different. Now, there's the thing. There's why, in an ideal universe, Star Trek's on television. Because 1 week you can do the motion picture type of story. The next week you can do the Wrath of Khan type story. The next week you can do, you're not tied down to 2 hours.
Yeah.
2.5 hours. And a gigantic budget and a bunch of studio heads breathing down your neck as much as with a weekly TV show, and you could tell smaller stories. In the theater, you get one crack every couple of years, and you got to kind of knock it out of the park. It has to have an epic feel or a gigantic feel of some sort.
Yeah.
You know, whereas
Yeah.
again, one week you can have the Changeling, you could have another week you can have I Mud, another week you can have Trouble with Tribbles, another one you can have the Doomsday Machine. You can go all over the place. They never, if you'll notice, almost never were dealing with saving the Earth all the time or saving the universe all of the time or the galaxy all the time. You didn't have to do that, but in a movie you almost have to do that, and that's why I was always kind of wanting it to be on television. So he had to come up with something that was going to be monumental. It was going to be a huge story, and in the sweeping story, and this one really is. I mean, you've got this extraordinary threat in V'ger.
Yeah.
That automatically he establishes that 3 Klingon ships are nothing to this thing.
Yeah.
And right off, I like the way both Roddenberry and Wise established the tone. By the way, you mentioned Isaac Asimov. He was a science consultant on the film.
He was. They actually phoned him about the wormhole. Paramount was worried that basically Gene was going to make a fool out of him, or a fool out of them, because they weren't sure about this whole wormhole idea. So they called up Isaac Asimov and said that is sound science and it's wonderful. Carry on. And so, so that wormhole with that asteroid, the only pew pew we see in this film, it had to go through the sniff test. Isaac Asimov, and of course he stood behind his friend and said, "No, this is good science. This science is sound."
Yes, that's again. This show, this thing you can say what you want. Remember when we were talking a little bit during the 3rd season, some of the episodes had just made up, like you're talking about corporate Trek had this kind of, every now and then there'll be something that was kind of, I'm not saying that it isn't all made up to an extent, but like made up stuff that would just, they wouldn't even give you anything that would have any kind of even basis in any kind of, even the most implausible scientific explanation. They wouldn't even care. It was just like magical stuff a lot of times. When it was at the show, when we were criticizing the show doing really dumb things sometimes in the 3rd season, mostly, almost exclusively, right?
Yeah, well, corporate Trek, right? That's when the corporation stepped in and said, "We're going to tell you what to do, and we're even going to tell Duhan how to comb his hair."
Right. Well, this is Roddenberry getting to call the shots and making it definitely completely respectful of science.
Yeah.
And I love that about it. We've talked to everyone how there's a theatrical cut and a director's cut. We're going to mention some things for the director's cut here and there, in a second. But basically, if you want, we could just kind of, maybe just in a skeletal fashion, take ourselves through the story a little bit and comment on things that are going on in the film, unless you got something else lined up.
No, I think that's a great way to do it. And there are lots of touchstones, right? There are lots of places along this journey where we can talk about costumes, we could talk about casting, we could talk about the production, the physical production and all those things. So I think that's a great idea. Why don't you go ahead and get us started? Should we start with Rubberman?
Which one?
Just the Rubberman. Everyone in the cast always called the lone astronaut the Rubberman. So
the guy the Epsilon 9 guy out there. Yeah, I was thinking Mark Leonard, because this was the first time we see bumpy head Klingons. Oh, and by the way, it says 20th. The ads kept saying a 23rd century Odyssey today. People sometimes get annoyed that the way they just retcon things in Trek and don't really just explain why. Well, the original series, it was always 200 years. Boops. Now it's 300. But whatever. It's fine. Just saying. I'm just saying, again, it's just one of those things where Gene just said, who'll notice? Well, he had to know. Fans would say something, but that's cool. I'm just pointing it out there, folks, not a complaint. But we open up, Mark Leonard, I got to tell you, to this day, and I can't even count how many times I've seen it, I see no Mark Leonard when I see that Klingon commander. I can't see him anywhere in that makeup at all. Let's be fair to Mark Leonard, because I love him, by the way. I've almost never seen him play a human. I've seen him play, I have, but not often. I've seen him play far more aliens than humans. He's played, I think I saw him play a human on the great show A. Smith and Jones once, but I've seen him play. He's played a Romulan, a Vulcan, of course, a Klingon in that film is unrecognizable, but of course an ape on the wonderful Planet of the Apes TV series of the 70s, which he was absolutely brilliant on, by the way. I love Leonard on that show, Zirko. So, but when I was thinking about that, I'm like, wow, he's played 4 different types of beings, and he's never, and I can barely remember a human performance by him. I think think he was a regular on that old show, Here Come the Brides, if I remember. That's an older series from the 60s. So I'm like, wow, when did Mark Leonard ever get to play humans? Oh, Lord.
But maybe they were giving him a complex. You know what I mean? At that
I
point.
don't know. But can you see him? Could you look at that Klingon he plays and see Mark? I can't see him at all.
No. But to be perfectly honest, that also had to do with the fact that the resolution was a lot different back then.
I guess
the way that you felt about costuming and things like that. It was a lot different back then. I find it funny because I think, the mind plays tricks on you, and it plays tricks on the public, and the public is very sure of their memories. But a lot of those memories, especially if you've been a lifelong Trekkie, they evolve. And so you have these accumulative memories of what's going on. But if you're really honest with yourself and you strip away all of those years of loving Star Trek and being a Trekkie, and you go back to 1979. Well, I highly doubt very many people saw it in 1979. That would be a select few. But if you go back to 1980, when most people were seeing this, this was just absolutely like gorgeous and mesmerizing, and you were totally fooled. You were totally fooled and you were even fooled by the models that they were making while they were filming. They were making the models.
Yes.
And you were fooled because we were used to suspending our belief. We were used to books back then. We could move the furniture of our mind far easier than we do today, where we expect everything to be unfurled and for there to be a lot of lights, not a lot of thinking. Everything is bludgeoning you over the head with obviousness. So yeah, I think we just had different minds back then. You know what I mean, Clobby?
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing though, back then, and before I was able to get the movie on VHS, incidentally, this was how I got to watch it over and over again, the Photo Story.
Oh,
remember
nice.
Anyone else have this, by the way? Man, I remember when this came out.
I don't have this.
Out. I'm talking about the pages were falling out. I wore it out so much. Of course, they were, unlike the Wrath of Khan, when this was in color.
Oh,
but I love this thing. But this was beautiful. It was a little paperback size thing. But so, we open up, and I really thought that, again, after reading that comic over and over again, I knew what was going to happen, and I didn't care. By the way, I had not read the novel yet. I read the novel later. And by the way, I recommend anyone who does like this film read the novel.
Yeah.
It's interesting. There are things in there, sort of like in the comic also, that are they're not in the movie. That's kind of fun to see.
I think there'll be a few surprises people won't be too happy about either, because there's some stuff that has since then become very controversial. Yes. Wolfie 762, he says, is this the first time we hear Klingon language? Yeah. And evidently, according to several of the commentary from Blu-ray, if you watch the Blu-ray and you watch the commentary, there are several people who say that was actually James Doohan. Jimmy came up with that, and the syntax was developed thereafter. But that was apparently James Doohan. I found that quite shocking. But that is those are just the facts, Jack.
J.T. Kirk, yes, there were about 10 or 12 episodes of Star Trek, the original series, that have what they call photo novels. And this one, they just called it the Photo Story, but it's the same thing. It's still shots, color still shots in this case, from the film, telling stories sort of in fumetti, they used to call it, or like comic, and it's kind of like a comic book of stills, of shots from the film, and they use, because they're fumetti, they call them fumetti because they use comic book type word balloons sort of to tell the story. And wow, that was better than the VHS tape back then, because it was, eventually I got it on VHS. By the way, when we say director's cut, everyone, that's not to be confused with the ABC extended cut when it finally ran on network television for the first time and they added a bunch of stuff to it. The director's cut's different from that one, because I remember I bought the movie. You know how much a VHS of that movie was in 1980, whatever it was, when it first came out? Like, it was $70-$80.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't mean to be rude to people on Twitter and people on social media, but there's apparently a lot of embellishment in their stories, whether they're doing it on purpose or whether they're just doing it because that's human nature. But yeah, the availability of these things and the way things actually transpired back then, a lot different than it is today. There were few families back then that could afford an $800 VHS player or a $1,200 Beta Max or Beta system, and then going and getting the VHS tapes were extremely expensive.
Oh yeah,
a lot of money.
Oh yeah. Apollo said, "Was it? Will I be banned? And if I say this wasn't one I liked, yes, we were just gonna just beat out. Of course
No,
not.
You're
we
allowed
love
to. You're totally allowed to not like it.
We're of the like what you want to like around here. Stephen Thompson, hello there. Thanks for popping in. Good to see you. We love you, Apollo. Come on now, we don't ban anybody.
Yeah, no, we don't.
Well,
we don't do that.
Well, we don't ban anybody within reason. There's some guys named Eric or so. Oh no. Eric K. What he's mean to me. No, but yes, so I think the film I like the way it starts out with, actually, even in the theater, it started out with the overture.
Yeah.
The Star Trek overture with that. So we start out with that wonderful Klingon music and those wonderful D7 cruisers. Let's see here. Stephen, is Enterprise? No, I love Enterprise. We love Enterprise here, Steve. We're talking anything after 05 that has the undeservedly bears the Star Trek label on it. In our opinion, is filth.
Yeah, we call this I call it the 735 Club because that's what it amounts to. So 66 to 05, technically 64, and that is real Star Trek around here. And all else is the unspoken filth.
But great to see you, Stephen. I think it's the first time we've seen you here. We got a lot of Steves around here, and we like all of our Steves. So it's good to see you, sir.
These are the Steves I know. These are the Steves I know.
Well, we got the Steve song twice tonight.
Well, Steve Mitchum asked.
There you go. There you go. I see a new Steve. My new Eric would come after me.
I love you, Eric.
Damn it, Eric. Damn it. It's good to see you, Stephen Thompson. We love anyone new coming in to join us. We have a fantastic time here. We have such a great group here, and we all love Star Trek here. And it's good to see you. So, I really, again, I think this, people talk about the pacing. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think the director's cut does kind of trim things down for those who thought it flowed better. And I can't really necessarily argue with that. But to me, everything is still pure Trek. Yes, you could say, and here's the thing, you could say, well, this story has some similarities to the Changeling. It does, but then there are a lot of Trek episodes that have similarities to other Trek episodes that no one gives them all kind of guff about.
Mm-hmm.
You could say true. Some people that are a lot of time. How many times have we even here on our review nights when someone would say, here, they're doing the same thing they kind of did in that episode, but it was still all right, it was good, but they're just noting it, which is, of course, fine. This is sort of like the reverse Changeling. I don't, and again, I think that the joke where Nomad has gone before is funny. So I'll say it. It's humorous. It's a good point, and it's funny. But that doesn't detract from the enjoyment of the film for me. We are 2.5 years after the original 5-year mission. And we have, of course, a universe-threatening, or certainly an Earth-threatening, unknown object coming to Earth. And Kirk, I really like the fact, I really love the characterization all through this thing, and especially Kirk. Kirk is portrayed as always been, because you hear a lot of things about he's Mr. Perfect and all this other kind of stuff. He's never been. And Kirk is a very flawed individual in this film. After sitting at a desk for 2.5 years, he really wants to get back out there.
He does. But you can tell that he is a far more serious person. He's an admiral now, and
yes.
and not a captain. And right. He's wearing that his promotion well. And he is comporting himself with an air a little bit more. He has to have just that edge out, that dignity just a little bit more, because this is it's insane. So if you look at the if you look at the actual math, what they're proposing in the real world would be that V'ger would be 10 times the distance between the Earth and the sun. So he knows this thing is coming, and he's an admiral. And yeah, we see that in his gait. We see it the way he walks, the way he talks, and yeah, very serious.
J-Man, you having to run, buddy? Thank you for being here tonight, my friend. Always a pleasure, sir. Thank you, sir. Great to see you. So again, these characters are in a not the best state right now. One of them, you know, they've fractured. Spock goes to Vulcan to try to find himself a little bit. Phoenix Gargus, good to see you. Thank you for popping in.
Hey, Phoenix.
McCoy has, I guess, retired now. I know it's not considered canon, but John Byrne wrote a pretty good IDW comic called McCoy Frontier Doctor that takes place between those years between the motion picture. I mean, the series and the motion picture, the 5-year gap. I mean, the 5-year, not gap. I'm supposed to be talking MCU. The 5-year after the 5-year mission, which was pretty good. So you could tell McCoy's been, you know, kind of out of Starfleet a little bit. And
he looks gorgeous. He's grown out his beard. He's gotten a little disco. I can see his chest hair. He looks sexy. I love the giant medallion on his only slightly hairy chest. I love his beautiful blue eyes, his beautiful slim build, and he's my heart. My heart has just walked on screen. My heart, my compassion. Right. My pathos.
Well, one of the things that does make this film, that does distinguish this film, is we still get that, we get our characters, and they are, yes, a few years later, they're happy, they're, you know, it is definitely a Kirk, Spock, McCoy type of story. Decker's in there a little bit as well, but it's mostly about them. You don't get to see much of the others, and that's fine, because, you know, again, I don't mind that much because I do love the three. We talked about that a lot, but it's about them kind of coming back together after being away from each other for a while.
For sure, because you know you've got Spock off going to do the Kolinar. He wants to finally purge himself of these pesky human emotions and just get her done, and you've got McCoy sipping mint juleps and probably having sex with multiple women. I would line up for that. And then you have Kirk, who you know, not a lot of new Trek fans understand this, but you know, he is described as a stack of books with legs. And that's how he's specifically described. So to see him as an admiral and to see him wielding his power, you know, he has definitely gone back to what he's good at, the stack of books with legs. And McCoy has returned to his life of sleeping with incredibly gorgeous women, looking like just wonderful, like that beard. That is a majestic beard. And then we have Spock going off to make his final decision against these pesky human emotions that are, you know, always creeping up his butt. And so, yeah, they could not be more apart at the beginning of the film.
Yes, Gannon and man, that thing's moving so fast. Gannon and Mario and Cookies are us. What a name there. Welcome.
Hello.
A new person to the channel. Good to see you there. Yes, there again. So this movie starts out with these characters are all split up. Kirk is, and I've heard a few people say that they didn't really like Kirk being the kind of guy who was acting the way he did. And there's his obsession with getting the ship, you know, trying to get the ship back, and he used, you know, McCoy even criticizes him over it. But I actually like that because Kirk is never perfect. Kirk is a flawed individual, and he is. He even kind of starts to realize it himself because Decker nails him on it, and McCoy nails it on it that he is. You know, McCoy tells him, "You've used this this emergency to get the Enterprise back. You ram getting this command down Starfleet's throat." But all that said, that doesn't mean Kirk was wrong, because let's face it, a line from the extended version that wasn't in the theatrical version, or a scene that they also included in the director's cut. Remember, there are 3 different in this case.
That's right.
Was and it was in the comics. So I remember from that when Kirk goes to the bridge for the first time and leaves, And Sulu says he wanted her back. He got her.
Yeah.
And the weird looking dude standing there says, and Captain Decker, he's been with this ship every. Is it doggy okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
No,
folks, if
that's
you're
okay.
hearing the coughing, I do apologize. I have
That's
my
all
dog
right.
in my office. My dog is dying from congestive heart failure. She's
Oh.
13 years old. She is my whole world. She's a very lovely little person, and I do
Oh.
apologize.
There's nothing to apologize. Hello, doggy. Best to the doggy. We love you, doggy. And so the he says, what about Captain Decker? He's been with this ship in the past 2 years, whatever. And I love how Uhura just puts him right back in this place. And our chances of coming back from this mission in one piece may have just doubled.
Yeah.
So Kirk is flawed. Kirk is, I think he even starts to see it himself. McCoy says it's an obsession. It could blind you to far more critical, things and stuff like that. And so I like that aspect. Again, the characters are their old selves, but they're, just getting back together. Actually, I do also love the scene where McCoy beams in.
Yeah.
There are so many great elements from the friendship here.
Yeah, for sure. And
Such
as far as before
um,
we get in there, I also want to say that I actually really enjoy the dry dock scene.
I'm sorry, you're right. Then we should have went to that first.
The dry
Love
dock
it.
scene, I think it's very important, like I said, to not sort of rewrite your memory. Humans have a propensity to do that, but folks need to realize too that we, it's 1979, it's 1980. And people are just beginning to get comfortable with this idea of us being in outer space. And the idea of us having a dry dock and having this beautiful ship, to understand the scale of what would be required and the scale of it, the magnitude of it, the physical presence of it, as well as the technical ability to render a piece of technology like this, a ship like this. And so for me, when we're in dry dock, my mouth was open the entire time we were panning around dry dock, having a look at the Enterprise. And so, as a person who reads books, and I'm not a geek, I'm a nerd. I'm not a film buff. I don't sit around, thinking about films and talking about films. And I know geeks do that, but I'm a nerd. I love books, and books are my life. And so for me, I found it had a very literary quality. Like it felt as though you were being immersed in a situation, as well as helping you to come to grips with the fact that this could be a reality. And of course, we see this all the time in the things that Gene Roddenberry invented, and then people just turned around and put the guts into. I mean, your iPad pad, your cell phone. In my master's thesis, I talk about how Cooper specifically said that he was totally inspired by seeing Kirk with a communicator. So Gene Roddenberry was always cognizant of the fact that this was not science fiction. This was science future. Yeah. And so to take a beat, as the Americans would say, and take your time with coming to grips with our science future, I think it was just the right amount of time, and I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I had little butterflies in my stomach when I was young when I watched it, and that was a reoccurring theme well into adulthood as I rewatched it, and it is an awesome thing, and people throw the word awesome around a lot, but I mean that in the true sense of awesome. It is frightening and powerful, the ability of humankind to make these things, to make chips, to make computers, to make ships, and to leave our planet and to go and explore. And so I thought it was absolutely wondrous, and I would not shave a second off of it for that reason.
I love that scene so much. I never get tired of watching it, or when I'm riding around in my car or whatever, on my I always have that of course is chunked from the soundtrack, from the score, by the beautiful, wonderful score by the great Jerry Goldsmith.
Yeah, Goldsmith.
It's a terrific scene. So Sometimes I'll play it over and over again, like if I'm riding on a trip or doing something, or just wherever I am, just turn that on there because it's just called The Enterprise, that track on the soundtrack.
Yeah.
And listen to that whole thing. It is absolutely a masterpiece. It's wonderful music, but watching it's the same with me. Right? I mean, I would fly around the Enterprise like that. And back then it was 1979. I mean, attention spans weren't what they are today. People could sit there and watch that and be in awe of what they're seeing.
Certainly.
And I mean, who wouldn't want to fly around a ship like that? It's a beautiful ship. In my opinion, you know, I'm an original series guy all the way. That refit Enterprise is my favorite of all spaceships ever. It's my favorite. I mean, and by the way, I do love the original series ship, but I love that design the best.
So would you smash a giant bottle of champagne into it?
Indeed.
Yeah,
should.
you know, like I don't understand. I'm being snarky. I'm being a bit of a snarky person here against the people who don't like this particular scene. They think it's too long and drawn out, but it is a reoccurring theme in Star Trek. It is a real thing that happens in real life. And just to be able to take that time to christen that ship with with your eyes, with your heart, with your mind, I definitely think that it was required. And let's bring up the champagne. I know you don't drink, Clobby, but we can get the non-alcoholic sparkling juice.
I love it. Yeah, I really love that scene. I think when I'm the first time I ever watched the film, I mean, I'm already pretty much hooked, but I mean, just mesmerized by it, and I never get tired of that scene.
Yeah, Mark D with the C calls it enterprise porn, and it really is, because the details that were added to this particular version to even make the tiles on the ship look entirely real, as though they could be fixed and repaired. And Mark D with the C also says they had Apple Watches in this movie instead of communicators. Spot on, my friend. As a communications and technology scholar, I will say that they absolutely did have Apple Watches in this movie, and certainly this gentleman, this Gene Roddenberry, has inspired a lot of inventions, not innovations. Inventions, which is something we are missing in our society today. However, I will say this to you, Mark D with the C. There were no Apple Watches in the novel. You actually had an implant, which I think a lot of people wouldn't like these days to find out that Kirk woke up and his implant was going off. Just addressing that, but not getting too far off track.
Yep. And if you can find the novel out there, it's interesting for sure. But yes, again, I love that scene. I love a lot of scenes in this film, and I do. The character of Decker, of course, it's never stated, but we all know he is the son of Matt Decker, or supposedly.
Yep.
I can't remember.
Commodore Decker.
Matt Decker. Commodore Decker from the Doomsday Machine.
From the Doomsday Machine, yep. So we've got Stephen Collins climbing into the Decker position, and he's just as annoying.
As Pappy.
Well, yeah. I've never liked Stephen Collins in this particular film. I didn't like him as an actor. I think that was what was supposed to happen, though. I was supposed to dislike him. I know that he was the mold for Riker. And they followed through with that, because Riker is Stephen Collins as Decker, but I think we were supposed to hate his guts. So my hat's off. I doff my cap to Stephen Collins for creating a character I absolutely could not stand.
Yeah. Well, Decker and Ilea were both supposed to be on phase 2 as regular characters. They weren't going to be ended, so
they sure were.
But so yeah, again, the story. Everyone's seen it. We don't have to go through everything. I'm simply saying, Decker didn't really bother me that much. I thought that he was good for the drama of Kirk just coming in there and sort of just bullying his way into that, taking over the position and stuff like that. And there were some good scenes with he and Kirk. Yeah, we know about that, Pat S. It's terrible.
What's going on?
About how he's a rotten person in real life.
Oh, I did not know that. I did not know that.
I'll
So
tell you about it later. I'll tell you about it later.
could you please do the I did not know that for me,
Remind me.
Clubby?
Yeah, remind me.
What is,
It's
could
not
you do
something we can
your
talk-
could you
could-
please do your Johnny Carson impression for me?
Well, Steve hates it.
I don't care. I love it.
I did not know that. Oh wow, that is wild, weird stuff. I didn't. Sorry, Steve Mitchum. Now you got Steve mad at me. Sorry. Anyway, not that, but yeah. So anyway, yeah. But yeah, if you remind me later, I'll tell you about that. It's something you couldn't really talk about here. So, again, good character development of Kirk and Spock, and I actually love the scene where when McCoy beams aboard. Now, again, in the extended cut, which was also used in the director's cut, they have the people who he has them beam aboard before him.
Yeah.
And McCoy says, "What's wrong?" He asks those people. He goes, "We're not sure, sir. There's something about wanting to see how it scrambled our molecules." And he looks at Janice Rand. He goes, "That had a familiar ring to it, didn't it?"
Yeah.
And of course, the scene when he comes aboard, is it your revered Admiral Nagura revoked the little-known, seldom-used reverse activation clause in shorter language. Capital. They drafted me. They didn't. But I just love, when he says, "Damn it, Bones, I need you badly."
Yeah. And he puts his hand out, and when he does not respond in kind, he sort of jerks his hand, almost as if he were shaking his fist at him, because he's so frustrated in his reaction.
Yes, he's so right, but he doesn't know at that point that he's going to get Spock, and he's. We need the triumvirate to save the world, but he doesn't. He thinks he's going to have to limp along without Spock, but at least he's got McCoy, and that will be something, because he really needs them all. He needs both of them. But the fact that he doesn't think at this point, he does. He doesn't know he's going to get Spock yet. So I thought that was interesting that he at least he's got to have somebody. He needs. McCoy is so integral to Kirk. I think Kirk's psychological well-being as a captain, he really is important to him. And of course, you gotta love the scene when DeForest Kelly, they probably redesigned the whole sick bay too. I know engineers, they love to change. Oh God, it's just
they love to change things.
It's just so. And when you watch it again, over the years, every time you watch that, you just go, DeForest Kelly is just so wonderful in this, and every time he ever plays McCoy, it's just so great.
Yeah.
And so there's a scene on the bridge where right there, McCoy is noticing that Kirk's, he's criticizing Kirk right to in his ear on the bridge. "Jim, you're pushing. Your people know their jobs." And in the comic book, I don't know if this was in the novel or whatever, Kirk always says, "So do I, Bones." Well, I read the comic a million times before I saw the film, so it was always missing from the movie.
Yeah.
And it's not even in the director's cut. It's not even in the extended cut.
I don't recall that ever happening in any of the films. No.
Right. But it's in the comic. I even went back and read the comic again, adaptation again last night to look at that. And I'm like, So for some reason, every time because I've read that so much, every time I watch it, I can't help but hear those words. It's stupid, but it was like, whoa.
No, it's not stupid. You're hardcore. It's good.
But
why do you think I love you so much?
it's just the weirdest thing to get hung up on. But so I love that. And then I love later, of course, after the wormhole scene where he gets when he goes after Decker, and Decker basically stands up to him and says, you don't know this ship as well as I do, and all that stuff. I'll trust you. And nurse made me through these difficulties, mister. But McCoy again shows he's the only one that can talk to Kirk like this.
Yeah.
Basically the point captain is Hughes competing. Great character stuff. Great callback to the also. McCoy was the only one who could ever. So he was so right when he said, "Damn it, Bones, I need you." Yeah. And then remember he says the same thing.
It's a holy trinity, right? You have ethos, you have pathos, and you have logos. And so you have to have your ethics, your passions, and your logic. And for me, they will always be the holy trinity. And so, if Spock's not there, right? So
absolutely. That also speaks to probably kind of why he picked Commander Sonak, who unfortunately dies in the transporter incident. Remember, Lee tells Decker, "I still like a Vulcan there." He knows he's not going to get Spock, but there's something in his Kirk's comfort zone to have a Vulcan at the science station.
And isn't it funny that scene, even including that scene, Clobby, it was still G when we were young, and it's not G anymore.
The movie was rated G. Yes, it was. Yeah, that's right. And so when he gets Spock, you gotta. I love the scene when Spock pops on the bridge, and he says, he's all cold and everything and whatever, stuff like that, and everyone else is kind of puzzled by. I don't know what they're puzzled by. I mean, they know he's maybe he's like, I guess, a little more cold than usual. Maybe they expected him to show something about seeing them again, but they're all kind of. But Kirk gives that look on his face. He's just glad to have him back.
Yeah.
He's just you almost can see the elation. I don't know if it's just me reading something into it in his face, seeing Spock back, knowing now he has Spock and McCoy. We're gonna succeed because it's the three of us.
Yeah, he's relieved. But that opening scene, I'm always disappointed by that opening scene because I really feel like the makeup was not good. It wasn't even as good as it was on the television series. So I'm always disappointed. I'm disappointed by the eyebrows, and I'm disappointed that the faint green coloring is not present. That sort of gives that silly putty look to his skin all over, and it makes the ears more compelling. So definitely as a cosplayer and as a licensed makeup artist from when I was a kid, I feel a little heartbroken about that. But that's also because that Leonard Nimoy is my childhood hero. He's everything. He is the center of everything that I love about science fiction for my entire life. So that stood out to me, and I was a little I will admit faults in the film, and that's one of them. I was a little disappointed in the quickie makeup job.
I never thought about it. Never even occurred to me. Now I know. I did not even realize that. Well, I do like the scene, and later when he and McCoy and when they meet him in the lounge later, the old "Would you please sit down" scene, which they made their parody of in the great in Rob Burnett and Mark Altman's Free Enterprise.
Yeah. Because he's rigid. Not only is he physically rigid, but he's emotionally rigid, right?
Well,
please
absolutely.
Sit down.
And I love, when McCoy starts messing with him and Bones, we need him, and then he looks, I need him. Kirk, 2 times he has expressed he needs first McCoy, and then when he knows he's going to get Spock and McCoy. I just love that. This is great character stuff for Kirk.
It is.
For me.
It is. And, glorious.
I just love it. Man, and again, that's why we love these characters so much. They are a triumvirate. They are a trinity.
Well, Jill, nobody really wanted to sit down in real life. The whole cast, especially Nichelle Nichols, absolutely hated the new uniforms. So you're going to find this quite amusing because, of course, those uniforms were everybody characterizes them as very comfortable and very futuristic looking, and so some people actually refer to them as pajamas or pajamas, however you want to say it. But the cast actually hated the uniforms, but not for the reason that everybody thinks. It was actually because they were a little bit older, and they were, I beg your pardon for swearing, but they were pissed off because they wanted uniforms that would hold them in. And of course, later when we move on to TNG, we hear endless whining about the uniforms being too stiff. So my personal opinion is that the uniforms are absolutely outstanding. A little known fact amongst Trekkies, but something that is true, is that device on the stomach is actually a medical device that can be used by any crew person. I love the look of them. I know that they were Jean's dream, because Jean wanted things to be very smooth, almost to the point where they looked like skin. And I actually think that the cast hating the costumes, hating the new uniforms, was the catalyst for this to spread in the fandom, that people didn't like the uniforms. I absolutely love them. I think that they're absolutely gorgeous, and I do cosplay the Ilea probe, but I love them all. And they say that that's a kung fu coat with no pants. I don't agree. I think they're beautiful. I knew exactly what Jean felt about that. I've read about it my whole life, and I absolutely love it. I love the fact that it was very muted. It was very on vogue for it to be muted, to not draw attention to yourself. This was very sciencey, whereas the military, what we see in Wrath of Khan, we see red, which reminds you of Roman soldiers, and Roman soldiers had red uniforms because if they were stabbed or injured, you wouldn't want the enemy to know you were bleeding. And so there's this entire idea behind this military man, Gene Roddenberry, who understood military dress, to find a balance between that sort of naval military quality and this sort of science exploration. These are astronauts, and so I absolutely love these uniforms, even though everyone hates them.
Mrs. Dadman Walking, great to see you. Good to see you there. I don't know. I think they've aged well. I actually always kind of like them. It is funny. It is kind of funny when they call them. I always think it's funny when they call them. Hey, James Caserta, good to see you. When they call
James,
call them the pajama. For a buddy of mine, always calls the movie the Pajama Party, but lovingly, you know. But yeah,
well, Nicholas Meyer, who did Wrath of Khan, actually mocked them and called them pajamas in his director's review. And I was like, whoa, why'd you say that? You need to be quiet, sir. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. We will definitely touch on that, Jobber. But yeah, I actually liked Kirk's Admiral uniform. I like that color scheme. Also, I like when they went out on top of the ship, those jacket things that go over it. And for many years in the Star Trek newspaper strip, and then later in some of the Marvel version of the comic, they had those uniforms. I just kind of liked them. So yeah, you've got. By the way, well, I guess we should mention her, Persis Kambata, who plays Ilea. I think. Just Joe we're going to mention her.
Lovely woman. I can't believe that she shaved her head. Apparently they kept on having to shave her head, so her hair grew back like really quickly, so they were constantly at her head with a razor, and to the point where she actually went to Gene Roddenberry and asked for $1 million insurance policy, because they've shaved her head so many times that they actually thought her hair wasn't going to grow back.
Wow.
So when you put up in the chat, please talk about the bald lady. First thing we got to talk about is this is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. Persis is just absolutely gorgeous. And I can't believe that they allowed her, that she allowed them to continually shave her head to the point where she thought it would never grow back. And Gene did respond in kind, just so you know. And he did take out an insurance policy because she was terrified it would never grow back.
Wow. Blue Hero 96, good to see you. Welcome. Wow. Again, she's a character that they really did not get much of a chance to do much with. Obviously, she had a very short time while she was Ilea from Delta. It's kind of funny in the theatrical cut. She, when Kirk greets her, she says, "My oath of celibacy is on record, Captain," and that's it. That's all it's dealt with. And you're like, "What in the hell?" Even as a kid, and then later, because, and I know, and some adults that I knew who had watched it felt like a butt. I think when I finally got it on VHS tape a couple of years later and brought it to a buddy of mine, like a cousin of mine's house who was older than me. He says, oath of celibacy. What's that got to do with anything? I said, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, at the time, because they didn't really. I mean, what in the hell are you talking about, lady?
Yeah.
But they obviously expound upon it a little bit more in the director's cut. Actually, in the extended cut, they have a scene, and in the director's cut, so we know what it means. We learned a little bit about it. But in the theatrical cut, it's a curious line to leave in there without some exposition, to say the least.
Well, I think it's because there were too many cooks making the soup at this point, right? Because there were 13 episodes for phase 2. They had made 13 episodes. And remember, Ilea, which is actually in the real world, Ilea, was bound to be a character that was like Troy. And she wasn't going to be called Troy. She was actually, Ilea was meant to actually be a character called Tasha, or Tasha, however you want to say it, because I know people are weird about stuff like that. But yeah, she was going to be called Tasha or Tasha. And obviously that probably goes to Instant Lady Yar, right? But anyway, yeah, they had these big ideas that we were going to have a Troy Riker thing in phase 2. And apparently they were so enamored with this idea of continuing to do the phase 2 that from what the Akutas have to say about this is that no one was told they were fired. So everybody affiliated with the show was not told that they were going to be let go. So everyone thought that not only was the movie going to happen, but the show was going to happen too. So I just think that they're too many writers. That's why I thought it was so important to just start off by saying that this was one thing, then it was another thing, and then it was a whole bunch of people. At one point, believe it or not, it's on record that Ray Bradbury was even asked at one point to come in and have a look. So too many people making this soup. This soup was it was very soupy.
Very soupy. The Felicianos, if you're still with us, heading out, if you're still here, thank you so much for being here. It's great to see you. Sorry,
thank you for coming. Bye, guys.
Good night. So yeah, again, everyone knows what happens in the film, so we could just kind of, I mean, we could, if you basically, we could sum up so we can get on the RAPTHECON, but I want to make sure you get to say everything you want to say about the film before we do that.
Yeah,
because there's so many scenes in it. From then on, of course, everyone knows they go in the feature. I will talk a little bit before we get out of here, before we get off the film. One thing I wanted to discuss is there was another thing. Speaking of things that happened in the comic that never happened, that were never filmed, is the scene where Spock goes out into V'ger in the thruster suit.
Yep.
In the comic book is very different.
It is.
There's actually a scene, if you look here, where Kirk is attacked by crystal thingies.
Mm-hmm.
And I expected to see this when I went to the theater. And attacked by crystal thingies, and Spock, is told at the Enterprise that he's in trouble, and goes back and helps him. Then I guess they go together. This scene was pretty much scrapped. They filmed some test shots. I've actually on the director's cut, you can see some scenes where they filmed like some shots. They rewrote the whole thing. So again, these scripts for comic book adaptations just goes to show you when Marvel, who did most of the adaptations back then, when they would get sent scripts to adapt, do their comic book version, given to the writer and the artist, just as happened with some of the Star Wars films, the comic book always comes out quite a bit. Badass and kidney curse attack that kidney stone.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh my god. So usually you always end up with weird scenes. You're like, huh? What the hell is that? But just to show in that little, just for the fun of it.
Well, that's actually interesting that you should bring that up, because the reason why that got cut from the film, because they did test that idea for the film, and basically what happened is I guess the Robert Abel and Associates tried that idea, and it looked too much like Rubber Man. So you could see the strings and Kirk and Spock going together to V'ger. Like it looked really contrived. And so basically what ended up happening is Douglas Trumbull, genius that he is, he's supposed to be doing all of these effects, but he's actually so genius that he just turns around and says to them, look, we're not going to do this. I have an idea. Let's have Spock go to V'ger on his own. And what we'll have is a perspectival shift. What we'll do is we'll see it as him making a narrative. So like epistolary exchange. He's making this letter for his captain about what he is seeing. And in so doing, they could create the images and we would see them from his eyes. So this not only saved money, but made it a lot more believable. So in like science fiction shows, a lot of the time they'll actually remove the glass from the helmet because they don't want the reflections. And of course, in this case, Trumbull made sure that the piece of glass that was in the helmet was actually like almost like a fishbowl, so it could pick up everything. And so, yeah, so it almost made the cut, Clobby, but Robert Abel and Associates were just not able to render it in a way that Paramount and everyone who was looking at the editing, they didn't like it. And according to the Akutas, if you listen to the Akutas commentary on the TMP, they talk about that, and basically Trumbull saved the day. So super smart to do that narrative and that perspectival shift. Super smart.
Well, Arwen, I hope you stay safe there, my dear. She had to run out because of the weather. I hope you're okay.
Good night.
And thank you for being here. We appreciate you. So summing it up here. Oh, someone mentioned we should talk about with Chekhov getting his hand burned. Yeah, that was he did. But then Ilea, well, in the cut scene, Ilea, of course, shows that she's an empath.
Yes.
And heals him. So that was, again, something you don't know if you only see the theatrical.
Yes,
version.
and it sure starts to take shape as Troy, right? We start to see these Deltons, these hypersexualized versions of Troy. So yeah, it's you get that in the.
Yeah, but Lord Thoth, we're almost there, man. Almost there to ratings time, I promise, because I think everyone's ready to rate this one.
Okay, so before we do that, I have two things to say that are super important that are in my notes. The exam table that Ilea is on, I want you all to know this for the rest of your lives. According to the Akutas, who were in charge of this, the exam table that Ilea is placed on Enterprise was cut up and turned into the isolinear chips on TNG.
Yeah.
You should also know that according to the same commentary, William Shatner suggested that his character should have sex with Ilea to quote unquote jog her memory and make her feel more human. So I think I have billions of other notes. I could go on about this thing all night. Basically, folks, you already know this is like one of my favorite films from my entire life. So I'm just going to zip it now.
Well, again, everyone knows they go into V'ger. They find out, that again, you can go scene by scene. We're not EFAPing here because it just takes so long to do that. So, and besides, everyone here's seen it, whether they like it or not. They've seen it. So, yeah. But yes, so they go in and they find out that Voyager is Voyager 6 from 300 years ago. Oh, whoops. And then we also find out that the human adventure is just beginning. Boom, there you go. So, all right, everyone, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask. You got you say anything you want to say. You say your piece on it, and then I'll ask for your rating. If you're ready, let me know, and then we'll get your rating, and then I'll give you mine, and we'll get our wonderful chat rating.
Like I could go down like a million rabbit holes here. Like I'm sick. There's something wrong with me. I'm sick. You know what I mean? So I think this is good. Like I don't think I need to drive people up the wall with tiny little details that come out of my weird brain and my notes. Together, my notes and my weird brain would just it would make this most unenjoyable, I think, for a normal person.
I got you. Well, gotcha. So in that case, then I will get your rating of Star Trek: The Motion Picture. I'll give mine, and then we'll ask our wonderful chat for theirs.
The greatest, one of the greatest films ever made in the entire universe, past, present, and future. Suck it, haters. No, I'm kidding. Totally kidding. Yeah, this is 100% plus a 10% bonus for any failings you find in further movies. So this is an A plus 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 for me. This is life.
Well, I love it. I love it. But again, I admit that it's a lot of it is deep emotion for what it did for me. And so I'm going to also give it an A plus. And I dearly love this film because I never get tired of watching it. It always makes me happy. So sorry if anyone doesn't like that. I'm not really sorry. I was kidding. So anyway, all right, chat, go for it. Give us your rating. And by the way, Ash, if you do have an Ash pick, you can send that to me over there on Twitter and let me know if you feel like it. I mean, I don't know if I know it's very late over there, but if you feel like it, let's see.
Yeah, Jill, I never understood why they did that, because you know what would have been a beautiful word to use instead? Like, there's so much sexual connotation in that, right, Jill? Why not say maw? You know what I mean? As though it were a cur, a dog, a scary mouth. Instead, it's he calls it an orifice, and so it's just that there are so many similes and metaphors that can happen. Jill, it's kind of bad. It's an orifice.
Right. Well, this is gonna take some time because it looks like we got some epics coming here.
Yay!
I hope we've got. I hope I'm starting in the right spot here. Let's see. 8 out of 10 transporter malfunctions. A minus for Jesus is my king. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dark Shadow Logan, A plus.
Yes.
Perfect cerebral Star Trek, ahead of its time. Nothing more to say except Ilea made bald women hot for the first time. Well,
Dark Shadow Logan, you are one of my favorite people on the internet. You never fail to impress, and you're just great. I love you. Thank you.
If you want to send them to me on Twitter or something like that, Ash, you can. Or you can do them right there, and I'll get to them if you want to, Ash. That's up to you, buddy.
Yeah, please do.
We want to see what you have to say.
It'd be kind of cool if he could just read it off of his Twitter, though, because that would be much easier for him, Esh.
Yeah, I mean, that might be easier. You can just send it all in one Twitter thingy if you want, buddy. Anyway, Snorta Poopa's Cuber, 1 of 6. See, there's a close to an Esh pick right there. I remember. Oh, excuse me here. All right, sorry.
That's okay,
I remember
honey.
how much I loved this movie when it first came out, and still do. I couldn't get enough of the main score and saw it in the theater several times so I could hear it again.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oops, I'll get to that one. Was that a? Oh no, Just Joe. Was that a? That wasn't a review. Okay. If you got a rating though, Jobs, let me know. The flyby of the refitted Enterprise was epic ship porn. I thought the new gray uniforms were crisp and classy.
Yes.
Except for the built-in boots, which
Yes.
looked, that was kind of a bit of a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get to more of that, I promise. The great Lord Thoth, A minus. Water to a thirst in the desert that was 70s without Star Trek. Starship porn to my favorite starship of all time. My favorite too, LT. I love that ship so much.
Love you, LT.
Let's see here. Snort. So much less fine of the One Piece versions. Oh, I think he was talking about. Okay,
Yeah.
but versions didn't work for me as well as a spray on clothing. I'm glad the concept was dropped. 3 of 6. I was much less fond of the one. Okay, he had it in twice.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. James Caserta, B. And Nicole Scuba Pete is an A. Always enjoy this movie. Indeed. Just Joe Jobber. 8 out of 10 for the special edition director's cut DVD. I never saw the original theatrical cut. Okay, gotcha.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of people will tell you that they thought, even who didn't like the special the theatrical that much, will tell you that the director's cut, even if it was still not their cup of tea, did say it improves the movie for them. I can see that. I understand what they're saying. To me, I like it either way. But 4 of 6. Some of the special effects and matte shots in the original theatrical cut were sloppy and showed the effects having to rush the final print into the theaters. By the way, yes, the special edition not the theatrical and not the director's cut, has a scene where Kirk's coming out of the ship in the thruster suit, and you can see all the rafters and everything up in there. They did not complete the set. The Enterprise,
They didn't.
a bunch of wood. It's hilarious. They put it on network television, by the way. Pretty funny. I wish the plot had been a little more original. While the makeup helped with the illusion that the characters were only 3 years older, more or less worked. I mean, they look like super young today compared to now, though.
Yeah.
But I think they would not have been able to keep it up, and had the follow-up movies hadn't advanced the timeline, so the characters could be depicted having aged. Okay, and there he goes.
Snort a poopus. I love you.
Janet, have a good one, Janet. Thank you for being here. We
Janet's
appreciate
leaving.
you, dear. Yes.
Good night.
Thank you so much for being here, Janet. Eric K. Hey, I would have loved for them to complete that scene where they were flying in, and Kirk says, "Glad I have you for 2 weeks." Sulu is going for his command of the Excelsior. Raquel cosplay Aliyah. Yes, I think you're conflating that with a Wrath of Khan scene, man. But
Yeah, I think so. But that's okay.
that's okay. 7 of 10 for Wolfie 762. Probably the most sci-fi and Trek film there is. It really is that. Yes, it is more. It is the most of the cerebral of the sci-fi one. It slows during the second half, but has its merits and gave us the rest of the film franchise. Yes, Enterprise Prawn. It means porn, indeed.
You mean porn? Yeah, Wolfie.
I agree with that. James Caserta also A+ for the music because it was wonderful. One of my favorite soundtracks of all time.
Gorgeous music.
Indeed. JT Kirk, 9.5 power energy of 12. Yes, that's 12 power energy is the so much of the soundtrack is amazing and sets the musical tone for the rest of Trek. Dry Duck was also top notch.
Right?
The uniforms had weird pants, balls, and leather helmets. Yeah, it happened.
But that's okay. It's okay. Men have
Mitchum.
parts. Women have parts.
Steve Mitchum, A+. The greatest movie ever made in history. It's as if Orson Welles came back to life and directed this. It is so mad. Yeah, Orson Welles did do ads. I love this movie so much that I watch it every single day, and it is the greatest thing. And I'm watching it right now because I can't go a day without watching it. Oh, I'm sorry. Mirror Universe, Steve Mitchum.
Oh my God.
You know I love you, Steve.
Oh, Steve, I'm so sorry. No, actually, Steve, I'm not sorry.
I couldn't help it, brother. You know, he knows I love him.
He does.
He does. You could beat me up next time you see me.
Yeah.
Steve Mitchell, F-, the worst movie in the history of cinema and an embarrassment for the human race. This movie is the reason that we've never been contacted by alien species.
Talk about hyperbole. This is the reason we've never been contacted by aliens. Steve Mitchum. Shame on you.
Ash, I'll send them in the chat when ratings are done so everyone can read them. But I'll send them to you personally on Twitter so it's easier for you to read. Okay.
Thank you.
You got it, buddy. Sure, man. D-Bud Martin. B, gotta be honest, I liked the plot. It was very Trek, but the pacing was so slow at points. Plus, I need to have room to compare it relative to the other Trek films. Understood.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you.
Fair enough.
Anti-derivative Jill says, A, I only removed the plus because I wanted more like the scene where our golden trio were talking together. But if you are willing to seat yourself on the bridge, you can enjoy the ride. I'm absolutely with you there, Jill.
Lovely.
A- for my good buddy Pat S. I got nothing funny to say, but I will admit I always went along with the crowd and hated on this movie. But as I got older and became a man, I watched it again and loved it. I'm proud to admit it. Well, that's fair.
Love it.
Hey, I've changed my opinions on many films one way or the other. Usually, if it's and that's kind of the way it's been. I can't think of too many times I liked the movie, didn't like it much later, or a film or whatever, book or a comic. But I had plenty of times where I didn't like it initially, then went back and liked it better. It's happened to me, man.
Love that, Pat.
Jill. Love the music of the ships and the listening station. The movie is about Spock trying to purchase humanity.
Yeah.
By the way, no, you don't like Vulcan's crying, but Spock did cry in this thing, Raquel. But
he did.
He is half human.
He
Well, he's
did.
half human. At least he's got an excuse.
He did, and I
But really fine,
cringed.
so- You didn't like that scene? Yeah, I didn't.
Nah,
It was kind of that kind of didn't work for me either.
it did
But
not
at least
work.
he's half human. So yeah.
Yes.
Let's see.
But in the end, he finds out how important it is.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. Just I was just reading what Jill's final comment there.
Oh, okay. Important is that scene where he laughs and says, "This simple feeling is beyond Beecher's
Beatrice comprehension. Yeah.
When he laughs, it was kind of actually a strange scene. It was weird, but it was good though.
Yeah. Makes me feel icky inside.
Stephen Ernest, A, and Director's Edition A+. I saw the film at an early screening at the Chinese Theater in '79. Wow. I came across Dr. Carl Sagan outside and spoke with him a bit. He was very kind and approachable. Wow. Oh, kidding.
Stephen Ernest, can I give you a little bit of trivia if you did see this movie when you said you did? According to the folks who did the commentary, I'm not even going to try and pronounce the guy's last name. They brought in the very last reel of it, I think like 15 or 20 minutes before you viewed it.
Yeah, the prints were wet when they were shipping them out to theaters.
Yep, it was. There was that much, like they were that pressed for time.
Absolutely.
Imagine seeing it at the Chinese Theater, Clubby, with all the stars and all the amazing people. How did you get that hookup, man?
That's amazing, Stephen. Love it.
Hey, Katie Carr!
Who? Oh, Katie Carr's here. Oh my! I can't see the chat. I'm way behind because I'm paused.
Beautiful.
My chat is stopped because I'm reading the things. Katie, great to see you, my dear. Oh my goodness. I hope you're doing well. Phantom Outsider says, B, it gave us back the crew of the Enterprise and gave Star Trek a new life. It certainly did. Mrs. Dadman Walking, sorry, just could not get into this. I like most of the TV shows. The costumes, the set, and the FX bothered me. And yes, I took in consideration the year made. Enjoyed music and banter between crew D. Wow.
I respect that, Mrs. Dadman Walking.
Of course.
I totally respect that.
Of course. We appreciate you. More Wolfie. Oh, Wolfie, this was continued from earlier, man. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was given a coloring book at a young age in the mid-'80s that had various space vehicles in it, from the first Goddard rockets to the Saturn V. Towards the back was the Voyager spacecraft. Wow, okay. When the connection was made upon watching this film, it literally changed the way I saw the world. A life-changing moment of clarity, clarity, I suppose. Well, absolutely. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, Snort has an epilogue. What is this? Barnaby Jones? Oh, man, what is this? Okay.
Hey,
epilogue.
Orville Nation just walks through the door. Orville Nation.
Oh, wow. Orville Nation. Wow. Welcome. Good to see you, man. All right. Love us some Orville here. Great to see you, my friend. Let's see here. Sort of who's epilogue. A friend of mine who loved the Klingon ships, loved those D7 battle cruisers from the original series, audibly breathed in with a loud hiss when he saw the ships in the opening battle. I love that opening scene.
Hey, that wonderful Scotsman from BC is here. That 70s rock fan. How's it going?
70s. What's up, man? All right, buddy. Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Very nice to see you, fine sir.
Let's see here. What? Well, just watch Rat the Con. Okay, plus Raquel Elia cosplay. Mine one. Forgive me.
I love you, Eric. I love you very much. As soon as I perfect my bald cap, I've been working on the Ilea probe cosplay for, oh my goodness, for all of COVID now. Like the entire time that we've been sheltering in place. So I do have to perfect the bald cap when I do, because I have waist length hair and I'm not shaving my head. I will definitely do photos. I promise.
Mark D with a C. A, 5 out of 5 nomads. Great continuation of the original series. Crew is written true to their characters. An epic story that makes you think. Spock once again shows what makes us truly human.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Let's see if we got any more of these.
Ash has said that he has sent it away to you, Captain.
Okay. Dadman Walking. We'll get to yours, Ash. Don't let me forget Ash's. D-, that's good music and some good scenes, but overall didn't get my interest. Wanted to love it, and I've enjoyed TAS and other series episodes. Not enough pew pew. Let's say too much of that other franchise in me.
Yeah.
I guess so. Star Trek is not about the pew pew.
Gotta say, this is the first time that Mr. and Mrs. Dadman Walking 55 have had the same rating. They are very individual people with their own developed opinions, and I love both of them. But wow, did you guys know that you were syncing up there?
I think they did. I think they were suffered together. Phoenix Argus. B+. I do love the musical score, the new look for the Enterprise, and how sharp it looks. And it was the first Star Trek movie. The officer and medical uniforms are beautiful. The beige and browns let me down. 1 of 4. Okay.
I respect that. I understand you were looking for that those day glow colors that define the TOS.
Am I missing it? Did I miss anyone, everybody? I hope I didn't miss anybody. I hope I haven't missed anyone.
Yeah, Snortapoopus, that was definitely due to dance tights. So I will be doing the dance tights as well. Otherwise, I won't be allowed in any con, not in that outfit.
Katie Carr, hello. Sorry for entering late. That's okay, Katie. We're just excited to see you, my dear. I see the motion picture and thought it was good for its first time. Bringing back the characters after some time and keeping true to them was the highlight. A-.
Love you, Katie.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
Hope university is going well. Hope dance is going well. Hope you're working hard. We love you around here, and we miss you.
It is great to see you, Katie. I'm almost caught up, everyone, I think. Let's make sure, because we're about to get to Wrath of Khan after we get Ash's review. But I just want to make sure I got everybody. Just making sure, because I'm way behind on these things, because I have to go way back. Oh, there's Phoenix's next one. The corridors and sick bay were bright. Meanwhile, the bridge was dark and depressing to me, and the shots made it look cramped and uncomfortable. 2 of 4. Okay. Let's see. Whoever's texting me, if you're hearing me, I'll get to it as soon as I can. I gotta turn that thing off. Phoenix, 3 of 4. It's tough to find these sometimes, folks. I love the characters and their interactions. Additionally, not only was Aaliyah amazing, but absolutely gorgeous. I concur.
Ah, lovely. We are here, folks. We're just digging around.
Yeah, we're here. I'm trying to get to these reviews here.
That's okay, Captain. Don't worry about it. Everything's okay. We can chittity chat while you find it.
Yeah. I'm trying to get to Phoenix's last one.
Dadman Walking, are you leaving? Have a good evening, sir.
Dadman Walking, thanks for being here, buddy. We appreciate you.
And thank you for the comments, you and the missus. We appreciate you guys so much.
But I hate that it gave rise to the stupid fan theory that V'Ger rise to the Borg. You can kind of blame Shatner and Garfield, Julius Reeve-Stevens for that. I love those Shatner books, but they did kind of do that in that.
Yeah.
Perfect mechanical android replica. Why would V'Ger create the Borg technology sticking out? Frack. Yeah, again, those Shatner books, which I do love, by the way. I like them a lot. They did kind of... Okay, Eric, let me check that.
Yeah, Phoenix Argus, at one point, Spock even says resistance is futile.
Let's see. The times? Let's see. Okay, thank you. I think I got all the Phoenix ones. Appreciate that, Eric. You the man, bud. But let's see. I think we're now ready to go on to our final review, and that will be the great Esh. Let me see.
Dun,
If
dun, dun,
he's
dun.
oh, there we go. Yes,
Release
everyone.
the Esh cut.
Here's the Esh cut, folks. Everyone, is
Like,
everyone ready?
release the Kraken.
Is everyone ready for our great buddy Esh Singh's review? Is everyone ready? Let's make sure now. Okay, let me get that. All right, here we go, folks. And then we're going to go on to Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. This is our good buddy Esh Singh, because we missed him. He's been here in a while, and we always love the Esh pick. So here we go. Firstly, great to be back with you all. Love you all so much. Now, the motion picture. This was an amazing film. One thing I noticed was that this film, along with a lot of the other films. Oh, okay, let's see. A third to a half of most of the TOS films were wide-angle B-roll of epic space scenes and ships overlaid by music. Not complaining, because it really emphasized the grandiose ships and plots of these films. The epic power of the alien craft in this film was really felt, and the threat to humanity was very apparent. Focusing on the crew for a bit, it was lovely to see a mature version of the characters we all know and love. Okay, the plain uniforms in this film are nothing to hit home about. With however, seeing Kirk and the crew back at it again was a pleasure. This was the same bit charm, intellect, and sense of family that we have been used to over the course of TOS, TAS, and TOS rather. Also, a bearded McCoy was something I didn't need to. I didn't need to know. I didn't know I needed as Kirk. Oh, he didn't know I needed. I'm sorry.
Good.
I didn't know I needed as Kirk is super hot.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry I bungled that one. Sorry about that. As always, Spock trying to eliminate his human emotions by use of Kolinar was fascinating, as he realized it was a part of him that he needed. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Almost there. Little Miss Sexy Chrome Dome was interesting. It was an interesting addition to this Trek story, as she acted as the voice interpreter for V'ger, kind of like the mouth of Sauron, extended Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, from extended version of that. Oh, yeah, wow, cool, good point. Expressing the will of the divine, so to speak. My main love for this film is with V'ger, the ostentatious ship of V'ger that was originally the probe for Voyager 6, but being claimed by an alien species of AI and then assimilated and wanting to return to its creator like an adopted child wishing to return to birth parents was genius, even though the return to Earth was part of the programming of Voyager 6. Almost there, folks. The fact that V'ger turned out to be Voyager 6 was awesome. In real life, there are 2 Voyager probes, and the first is already far beyond Pluto. So, the notion that they could be picked up by an alien species and return evolved isn't out of the realm of possibility. This was a great film of epic proportions, high stakes science relics. High science relics from the past, evolving beyond current technology. Great story and characters. A bald, shiny head for a Kirk vanity check. A plus. Love it, love it, love it. Wow. Well said, Ash.
Yes.
Badly read by me, Ash, but well said.
That's okay.
Always badly read by me, because I try to go too fast. I'm so sorry. What's up, Haster? Good to see you, bud. Okay, let's see here. Now, everyone, we are about to move on.
We are.
To our second and final film for the evening.
Excellent explanation.
Explanation. Who said that?
Jesus is my King 68.
Oh, my goodness. Well done.
That's fantastic, sir.
We love it. Yeah, well done. Well, everyone, who is ready for Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan? Are we ready for some Khan, everyone?
Yes.
Okay, because I know none of you have ever heard of this film. It's kind of tiny, smaller, like independent film that doesn't really get a lot of attention. But we'll try to bring you up to speed and familiarize you with it, because it's great.
Yes.
Okay. Well, number one, take it away if you want. If you have notes or
Here
whatever
we
you
go,
want to do. What
folks.
you got going? Are we back to that book again? To that
Yeah,
book
let's go
Jan
through this book
Diller
again.
book?
I
Okay.
haven't pre-read this particular part because I was just enamored with watching the director's cut. So I was like, it was sexy science fiction. So I was like, yeah. Anyway, so this will be an extemporaneous read. Don't throw fruit at me. And we're on page 71. In May 1980, Gene Roddenberry once again offered a movie treatment. This one dealt with the Klingons, who used the Guardian of Forever to go back and alter Earth history at the time of John F. Kennedy's assassination. Paramount rejected that effort as well, right about the same time that they signed a gentleman by the name of Harve Bennett to a development deal. Bennett had served as a producer for CBS television, then as vice president of programming for ABC. He went on to become producer of The Mod Squad and the executive producer for The $6 Million Man and The Bionic Woman. Bennett remembers, a week after I arrived there, they called me in to see Bludorn, Diller, Eisner, and Katzenberg, and to a lesser extent, the man who had brought me there, Gary Nardino, who was the head of television at Paramount. It was a total surprise to me. Rather quickly, Bludorn got right to it and said, "Can you make Star Trek II for a television-type budget for less than $45 million?" I said, where I come from, I could make 4 or 5 movies for that, which was prophetic. Bennett said the following of his role in Star Trek. Credit for the success of the show, of course, goes to Gene Roddenberry. There's no disputing his genius. But it also goes to Gene Kuhn, the hard-headed rewriter who made a lot of things work. Yeah, Gene Kuhn was great. I think of myself sometimes as the Gene Kuhn of the feature movies. Fandom never understood the contribution made, notwithstanding Roddenberry's genius. Bennett had never before watched an episode of the original Star Trek. He immediately sat down and watched all 79 episodes. His homework paid off. He became intrigued by the character of Khan Noonien Singh in Space Seed and soon came up with a story that dealt with Khan's escape from exile and burning desire to get revenge on Kirk. Bennett modeled Khan to some extent on Moby Dick. He then hired Jack Sowards, a writer and Star Trek fan, to polish the story and provide first and second draft scripts. Other writers were brought in to rewrite, including Samuel Peoples and Ted Sturgeon, who contributed the character of Savick. Bennett did some polishing himself, but ultimately, director Nick Mayer read my rewrite of Sowards and Peoples and said, "This has promise. What if, ... He signed on and said, "You write it and I'll rewrite it." In 15 days, I wrote furiously, 10 or 12 pages a day, and a messenger would take them from me and send them to Nick's house. The next morning, I would get right back 8 pages from Nick, substantively the same, but they were Nick's pages and they were beginning to sound terrific. Final screenplay credit on Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, went to Jack B. Sowards, with Harve Bennett sharing story credit. All of the original cast appeared with the exception of Majel Barrett and Grace Lee Whitney. A newcomer, Kirstie Alley, made her film debut as Lieutenant Savick. Said Bennett, "It was Kirstie's first thing. She was fresh off the turnip truck from Kansas," she used to say. Nicholas Mayer saw something in her, and I think he saw it correctly. One of the touches that humanized the film was Bennett's honest dealing with the fact that the cast members were no longer youthful as they were during Enterprise's first 5-year mission. "I wanted to bring our heroes up to date," remembers Bennett, "to continue Gene's dream. If there was anything about Star Trek the Motion Picture that bothered me, it was the attempt to perpetuate the look of these heroes when they probably had aged. What had happened to these people? How had the relationships, which were so right in the original series, how had they changed?" In the second film, Captain Kirk undergoes something of a midlife crisis. Actor William Shatner reflected on the theme of aging. At a certain point in everybody's life, he said, presumably in Kirk's, and certainly in mine, you begin to see the end. Life's no longer immortal. It's like going to a high school reunion where everybody's gotten so old you can't believe it. But of course, it doesn't apply to you. I think that's a very good dramatic element to play in Star Trek. You have to play up those elements that are universal to human beings. This time, the movie focused more on action, adventure, and the deep felt camaraderie that had made the first Star Trek so popular. Critic Janet Maslin of the New York Times summed up its reception best. Star Trek II, now that's more like it. The Hollywood Reporter called the film far superior to its predecessor. Once again, Paramount had another hit on its hands, and once again was eager to make a sequel. But would the movie have to be made without one of Star Trek's most popular characters? Maybe not. By the time Spock's death scene was filmed, Leonard Nimoy was beginning to have second thoughts. I wasn't excited about not being Spock anymore, he says. I was sad. But when he saw the finished film, he says, I thought, that's very interesting. Where are they going with that? The ending seemed to say something was going to happen. And of course, it did happen. But Nimoy recalls, it wasn't until they were getting ready to make Star Trek III that the studio called and asked if I wanted to be involved. And that's it, boss.
Nice. Nice. I'll never forget this experience. Of course, we talked about our experiences.
Yes.
With the motion picture and how it's just such a big part of our lives, and the time. You don't just watch these films and enjoy them. In this case, it kind of takes you back into your life.
Yep.
And what you were doing at the time.
Yep.
What was going on in it. And this, wow. Eric's going to get me.
Why?
Because I was running a comic shop, but I didn't own it yet.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Eric, bring it, baby. Bring it.
But Eric, I didn't own one at that point yet. I was just running one for someone else.
Oh, okay.
I was just south of 18 years old. And that day, why can I remember something from almost 40 years ago? Almost every bit of it. Not with clarity of something I did like 5 minutes ago. Well, actually, maybe even better. I don't know. But why does it stick with me? That day stick with me so much. It's because we love Star Trek and we waited for this thing. We waited for this film for 3 years. And although I was in the minority of people, we talk about this a lot, that was fine with the original film and loved it. I wanted to see more. Going in, there was no comic book adaptation. There was a novel. But there was no comic book adaptation. So I didn't really know what was going to happen. I don't know about you.
Well, me.
Wow. I didn't know. I'd heard some rumors and stuff. But I wasn't really prepared for what happened at the end, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah.
But before that happened, and of course now, because I've watched it, I can't, again, like the motion picture, I couldn't even begin to tell you how many times I've watched this. I was just blown away. Because, like we were talking about earlier, one episode could be vastly different from the other.
Yeah.
And this was vastly different from the previous film. By this time, I'd already watched every episode. I don't know how many times. Even in that just course of a few years, right?
Yeah.
And I remember they even had like a special, sort of like a syndicated screening of Space Seed, right? As like an event thing. Even though we already had the episode, they aired it like a big event thing around the country before the night before this opened up. So I cannot even begin to talk about how much this movie means to me, how much it means to my life experience. The day I went, I'll never forget it. Again, I was just almost 18 years old. and it was just. I think I saw it maybe 2 or 3 times the same day because I went back that night. I went back in the afternoon, then went back that night.
Wow.
Maybe twice that day, then maybe twice the next day. Again, I can't remember how many times we went to the theater, just over and over again to watch this thing.
Yeah.
So I love this movie. Well, again, but this one's easy because there's no one who doesn't. You know, it's more controversial ground when you're covering the motion picture. This one, the someone not liking it that's a Trek fan would be an anomaly of proportions I'm not even sure could even happen.
Yeah.
It's not only a great Trek film, it's one of the greatest movies ever made, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The other day when, the other night when Flash and I did our list of our top 25 all-time favorite films, it was in both of our top 10.
Yeah. And rightly so.
Yeah, it's just and even though it contrasts the motion picture, I want to say this about it. When you really get down to it, it's not pew, pew, pew that much. And it's not. It is still, again, is it the kind of Trek that the motion picture is? No, it's not really about a super high concept science thing at all. It is about characters. But Trek did that on the old show too. This is more of a doomsday machine than an immunity syndrome, if you will.
Yeah.
But both of those are wonderful.
Yes.
This much like I think this does advance the kid. Now, this is many years. They are supposed to take place many years after the motion picture does.
Yep.
Even though it's only 3 years later, it's oh God, what would you say? It's like, is it? Oh man, I don't know. It's not 9 years. What is it about? Maybe 5 or something. Roughly.
Yeah, it's
5, 6, 4, 5.
Yeah, yeah. But people say that I've also heard people say 4 years. I don't know.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, everyone knows it. Everyone's watched it a million times. So, if you have some notes, just go into those, and we can talk about the film a little bit.
Well, for me, I don't really have notes because I just was going to riff on this. So for me, I guess I could start by saying that I'm not comfortable talking about how old I am on the internet because it's very private information. So
Okay.
I don't like to talk about that, like giving my exact birth date and stuff like that, because that's very sensitive information that can be used to, get at you. So I'm not going to say my exact age, but I will say this, that I was old enough to remember absolutely everything. And I guess I'm comfortable saying that basically I was a preteen. And it was a very, very hot summer day in 1982. We went to a night showing. It was still hot, and of course, because of where I live in Canada, it is the sun is out until 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. So the sun was out even though it was nighttime. And I went and sat in my absolute favorite theater. It was here in Alberta. I was floored. First of all, I felt like we had returned to that sort of menagerie. I felt frightened again, and I wasn't sure how to handle it. I had enjoyed TMP so much, and TMP was cerebral. It was making me question what was going to happen if we reached out, what would reach back. And here we have Khan. And it's just an entirely different thing. And first of all, I loved Khan in TOS, but now Khan is different for me now, Clobby, because I grew up in the 70s. So as you well know, now I have Khan as Fantasy Island. I have Mr. Rourke. I have this idea that somebody who is evil is going to get messed with. And so here's this very dark force, this villain who I love very much. But let's be honest. I was a young girl. I loved TMP. I loved TOS. And now this is something that is very different. There's violence. I'm terrified because now he's mobilized. The SETI eels were terrifying to me, and of course my hero died. and I lost it in the theater. I threw my licorice down, and I was going to leave. My heart was torn out of my chest. Um, I felt empty. I felt sad. And in the news at that time, that Leonard Nimoy was sort of like, I am not Spock, I am Spock. And he couldn't make up his mind whether or not he even wanted to be Spock anymore. And so I felt very afraid. I felt upset. And I was shook, as the cool kids say in the songs. I was shook. And I went home that night, and I had a good cry, bawled my eyes out. I went to sleep, and I had a terrible dream about the SETI eels. So I woke up, I went into the washroom. I couldn't find any cotton batting or cotton swabs, or however you want to address them, depending upon what culture you're from. So I actually took off a swath of bathroom tissue, fresh bathroom tissue, and I chewed 2 squares, and I shoved them inside of my ears, and I climbed into bed, and I thought to myself,
wow,
he's going to come back, isn't he? He's going to come back. And I'd like to talk about, my 45-year love affair with Star Trek. But I like to strip away all that stuff as a social scientist, as a communications technology scholar. I'd like to make sure that I'm cognizant and I'm academic of how the mind plays tricks on you, how your memories become accumulative, and you get all these ideas about who you are and what you thought. But I want to strip all that away and take away all that accumulative information and just tell you the truth about what happened to me that hot summer night, and it broke my heart, and I was so happy, which we'll talk about next week. But I was overjoyed because I will tell you, I was destroyed. And there were people who were crying in the theater, of course, but I was openly weeping. I was destroyed. And yeah, it was tough. This movie was tough to watch. And so I did not fall in love with this movie until I was an adult. And I watch it every year, and every year I cry. And because of the overwhelming sense of loyalty and self-sacrifice and integrity. But when I was young, I was heartbroken and horrified, and so I had to grow into my love for the Wrath of Khan, because it took my hero away, and it was a return to a darker thing, a thing where I had to think about emotions. I was no longer thinking about science. I was thinking about emotion and friendships. And so that's my take, boss man. That's my take, Captain.
Well, you were not alone. There were so many people. I don't know if me trying to be like a tough guy when I was almost 18 years old, walked out, tried not to show any emotion, but I was pretty upset. I don't know. You walk out of this thing back then, because you see, again, everyone who watches it now, obviously, you know what happened. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're no spoilers here, folks. The spoilers are all out there.
Yeah, everyone knows. Yeah. Hey, what happened? Don't spoil it. Yeah.
that Clobby, that rock. Who do they think they are?
Yeah. So I can't remember exactly, because see, now I have the hindsight of we got him back. I lost a brother once. I was lucky I got him back. We know who Kirk was talking about in Trek 5 when he said that.
Yeah.
Oh
no, Chris is leaving.
And
Kalanita.
Chris,
good night, my friend.
Take it easy, buddy. I always appreciate you being here, sir. So we all felt such a sense of loss. This is a great film, but you don't walk out feeling great in 1982.
No.
It almost traumatizes you as a Trek fan if this character means so much. So people were really, and yet look how what a box office smash it was. So nobody was walking out saying, this movie is garbage, don't go see it. Word of mouth didn't kill it. Everyone just kind of let everybody go see it. And everyone loved it. We loved it. And yet we were angry with it.
Yeah.
I was, but we couldn't stop going to see it. That's kind of strange now when you think about it now. But at the time, we're just like, well, it's still so great. And if he's dead, I mean, well, he had a great run, but he can't be dead. They're going to bring him back. You know, we didn't know. We didn't know.
I remember. I remember asking one of my parental units, "Is there a TV guide in the newspaper? In our big newspaper? I need to see the TV guide. Please, just show me the TV guide." Because of course I was waiting for the interview to come through. Where was it? Where were they going to say what was going to happen? What was Leonard Nimoy thinking? What was going to go on with him? And I was absolutely shattered. I was totally heartbroken. How could they do this to me? And I knew what was going on behind the scenes. Definitely old enough to read the paper and read the TV guide, and I know what's going on. I'm a preteen. And I just wanted to know what his final decision was going to be. Where was I going to see him again?
Yeah, it was that 2 years was rough as a Star Trek fan.
Yeah,
you know,
it was hell. And people are all like, "Oh, Wrath of Khan." Yeah, well, you know, if you're honest with yourself, in 1982. That summer, that was a hot summer. It was a beautiful hot summer. You didn't feel that way. This was a soul destroying, shaky, scary thing where you really thought to yourself, "This is it. The Star Trek 2 is it. This is the end. We never get to see him ever again." You know what? I'm never watching Star Trek ever again. Never. I'm never doing it. Stomps off down the hall. I don't want to see it anymore. Because
good to see you.
Scary, right?
Ironcaster good to see you. Yeah, at the time we didn't know.
No,
and that's an interesting question. Who was it? Wolfie. When did they release the title for Star Trek 3? You know, ballpark, I know. I think Starlog or one of those mags. I mean, because I didn't really read all the trade. None of us read Variety. If you were just some kid reading Starlog,
yeah,
so I can't exactly be sure when they released it. I'm sure someone could probably find out. But I do know when I found out that the title, I think when we finally got this. As a matter of fact, we went to a con when I was working at that shop. Then went to a con, I believe, in a nearby city. That right when the first ads were coming out for Star Trek 3, the search for Spock, and it was, I think, Entertainment Tonight or somebody like that ran like a little ad or something before they started running some ads on it, and it was called The Search for Spock, and it wasn't much to it, but man, we went out of our way. We couldn't wait to see that. As soon as we found out the title, The Search for Spock, we knew there was. Okay, there's no way they're not going to find him. It's called The Search for Spock.
Yeah.
They're going to find him. Dee Dee Myers, what's up there?
Hey, Dee Dee Myers, thank you for showing up.
Good to see you, my friend. So we knew at that point but we weren't sure either. We knew that, I think when it was announced that Leonard Nimoy was going to be directing it.
Big relief. Big sigh of relief.
Like, he's involved. We're going to search for Spock. How could they not find him?
Yeah. They finally gave him what he wanted. I remember saying that to my parental units. They finally gave him what he wanted. If that's all he wanted, why didn't they just say that? Why did they have to do that to me? I'm so mad.
And I remember about 3 weeks before the film was released in 1984, which was such a golden year for movies. Good Lord, the movies that came out in 1984. And when Star Trek 3 was announced, David Gerrold's book from the 70s called The World of Star Trek was re-released with a different cover and a different format. And he had synopses of all three films. And I say again, all three. Actually had the synopsis for Trek 3 in there. Even though it hadn't had theaters yet, and the novel was not even out yet. That was back then, if you remember, the novelization and the comic. Well, there actually was a DC Comics adaptation, but it came out a little bit late. But the novelization would come out before a lot of movies, so we weren't sure. But on Trek 2, we knew that again. Now we know what happened. It makes it so much better. I mean, it was so great. It was a great film. We kept going, seeing it over and over again. We were loving it. Don't get me wrong. We bought the VHS. We were going nuts when it came out back then. The VHS was like, I remember when this finally came out on VHS, it was $80 or $70 or something crazy like that.
It's just ridiculous, the prices.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and like, you know, like if you're from modest means, my childhood, I came from very, very modest means. We couldn't even afford a VHS. You know, we used to go to a place called the Red Rooster, and they would give you this giant fortified suitcase, and you would have to give $100 cash to the Red Rooster clerk and sign a contract, and then you would pay, you know, $20 or $30 to rent the VCR. For you know, for whatever time you wanted it for, and then you would rent the tapes. So yeah, back then it was, and there's no internet. There's no internet to go and check on Leonard Nimoy and see how he's feeling. It's a very different world, right, Clobby?
Very, very different world. And you know, it's funny. There were a lot of things we didn't know going into this one. As you all know, this film opens up with the tagline "In the 23rd century." Okay. Then, of course, not too long later, Khan says it's 200 years. But again, I'm just having a little fun with that. Okay, that opening scene with you know, on in the with Savick as quote unquote captain on the in the simulation room.
Yes.
If okay, I admit it, everyone. I guess I was gullible. It fooled me. I don't know why,
yeah.
but it fooled me.
Yeah, of course. I was fooled as well.
There, you know, but then when they all start falling dead, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. But again, it's a great way to open the film. It was really, really clever. Even if they were Gamma Hydra, that's actually the Romulan neutral zone, not Klingon, but we're not going to hold it against them. We're going to be okay with that. I'm just saying. Just saying, folks. We just say sometimes.
Yeah.
So, but it starts out right away. I mean, in fact, similar to the motion picture, only in the sense that it starts out right away with good character stuff. It doesn't, like a lot of new films, that like to start out and kind of grab you with something crazy and spectacular. That's a scene that really kind of pulls you in a little bit. You're getting to see the characters. They look a little bit different. They don't look that much older, but we know it's a few years later. We don't know how much for sure, but it's a nice opening. We start out with some character stuff. Moving to the stuff when we first meet Khan, it just gets better. This film builds pace, it builds suspension, it builds tension so well that it's just this is a perfect film in my opinion. Even although you could nitpick certain things, I'm not going to do it here. I'm talking about certain logic things with the about SETI Alpha 6 and 5 and all that kind of stuff. But
yeah,
say what?
Yeah, because there's there's some dodgy stuff happening there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they just didn't.
Well, you know what? At least the cast got their structured uniforms so that they could begin eating pasta again. I mean, for DMP, they said William Shatner practically starved himself to death, and he was using a belly band again. He was using a corset again. So, you know, at least this time he had a belt to cinch him up and had that structured Romanesque, you know, military look to it. So they got their answer, right? Which was. It's okay. You can have carbs.
Yep. You know, those when we talked about those uniforms a little bit, I like them and everything. Someone called like the bus driver uniforms or the band conductor uniforms. Yeah, but I like them. I was not too through with all one color scheme, like all red. You know, I think there should have been like we've talked about this, and some people have you know, photoshopped the various colors of the original series onto those uniforms. I would really like that. I would have liked that better, but minor complaint, not even a complaint. Love them. They're fine. This film, of course, this James Horner, and he's not, rest his soul, he's not quite Jerry Goldsmith, but he does a great job here. This is a wonderful theme.
Yep.
Horner's always been the kind of guy that kind of repeats himself a little bit with some of his work, but this is one of his finest works, in my opinion. So it's perfect for this film. I'm sure obviously Goldsmith could have done great as well, but because he's fantastic. But this is, I would not want any other score for this film. It has great going for it. Montalban is just so terrific.
Gorgeous, gorgeous, beautiful human being. Just absolutely, the mullet is just, it is on point. And yeah, he's definitely didn't have Mr. Rourke hair, that's for sure.
No, it wasn't Mr. Rourke in that. Although they did pull a joke on him, have like a little tattooed like joke on it from what I've seen. Again, I don't know. Everyone's seen it. It would be kind of pointless to go through every scene.
It would.
I mean, everyone knows every inch of this film. It's it has great character moments. This is I was actually surprised as a kid when I was watching Siskel and Ebert talking about this one.
Yeah.
If I watched them, they were a good show to watch, and usually there were times when they ragged on something I didn't like, but other times they ragged, they talked well about things that I did like, and we were surprised how much they loved this movie, and they were very complimentary to Shatner because people like to make fun of Shatner, pick on him. They thought he was.
They do.
It was in that very same week, in that very same episode where they reviewed The Wrath of Khan. They reviewed some other really cheesy, low-budget horror film that he was in that I'm forgetting the name of. It was the same week it was released, and I remember they were reviewing it and they were panning the film, and they were saying, "I can't believe an actor of the caliber of William Shatner was in such a film." They were saying because they just got through praising him.
Oh wow!
How great he was in Wrath of Khan. I can't remember the name of that thing.
Me neither. What I was doing while you were doing that is I was just looking up RogerEbert.com and just looking up his original review, and it is available online. December 7th, 1979, Star Trek The Motion Picture. It has been digitized. So if you would like to read Roger Ebert's review, which was very, very complimentary of the film, it has been digitized and it is available at RogerEbert.com.
No, Iron Cast or Night of the Lepus, that's DeForest Kelly, and that wasn't. That was a TV movie, but that was a TV movie. But anyway, so Ash is putting his S. You're not going to send that. Ash, you're going to put the S pick in there, okay?
Oh, before the chat gets too packed in here, I think Jesus is my king said, wouldn't a reliant censors have known that SETI Alpha 5, that it was SETI Alpha 5, not SETI Alpha 6? Yeah. That's
right.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they have known a planet blew up? I mean,
Yeah.
Would they have checked on them? All kind of things, but whatever. So great. Yeah. So look, sometimes you just get movie problems. What can I tell you?
You do.
But this film is so beautifully paced because it's paced so differently from the motion picture.
It is.
It really moves, and yet this film doesn't have a lot of action. There's the thing. This is not action packed. There's barely a little fist fight between Kirk and his son. Barely, not even a fist fight.
Yeah.
Nobody's really, no pew pew phasers at each other.
Nope.
Kirk phasers the city up, eel, and of course, Terrell accidentally kills the dude, but
yeah.
No fight between Kirk and Khan, no confrontation at all.
So much humanity in all of those killings, though, because you see the raw humanity in them as they recoil from the violence. You'll notice that in every incident where there is violence, you can tell that all involved abhor violence. They're recoiling from the violence, in fact, and that's something that everyone ought to take notice of.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, this film, it builds tension without being, I mean, obviously there's some violence in a sense, but without being action packed. And yet you walk away excited because it can make you feel like it's action packed because of how well it is done, how well it's directed. I hate to pay compliments to Nicholas Meyer because I have a lot of problems with him as a person, but
he's totally annoying. Have you ever listened to his commentary on Wrath of Khan?
No, I'm sure it's as bad as he is.
Oh my goodness. The most annoying person that I can't even listen to it. My husband gets so annoyed. He's like, can you please shut him off? You want to hear what he has to say because there are so many nuggets of coolness. Gold. There is gold in them there hills of a commentary, but he's insufferable. He is so insufferable and he never shuts up.
Well, that just figures because I've had a lot of issues with him as a person. Things he's done and said. Now I'm even more convinced of it. No, but and by the way, he's also the if you're a Sherlock Holmes fan, he's the Jagoff that did the 7% solution or character bastardization, the book and the movie. But anyway, yeah, it's still this film is. In fact, I've always kind of believed. Obviously, you can't take away from how well a good job they did directing it, but I think Harv Bennett, I even think Shatner and Nimoy were there. They weren't directors yet or anything, but I think they kind of reined them in a little bit. I think there a lot of their input on the characters because, you know, some of the touches that Meyer put in there. See, he hated that they brought Spock back. Mm-hmm. Well, too bad. Okay, you're not a fan. So
suck it. No,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, no, he can definitely suck it.
When it comes to defending Star Trek, I can behave in a very juvenile way, and I do apologize to our listeners who find this behavior unbecoming of my usual behavior. Sorry. But I can become quite juvenile when it comes to this stuff. So please excuse me.
No, that's fine. But yeah, you know, and I didn't get him, but I still give him credit for directing. Well, I also love the film Time After Time that he did. That one I love. And I love this one. This is, wow, what do you say? What can you say? Again, that's the thing about what quote unquote reviewing. When you're reviewing episodes, it's a little bit different. When you're reviewing these films, they're so out there and everyone knows about them, whether they like them or not. This is one of the most well-reviewed and well-liked films I've ever even heard of. You could name the popular film, and I've probably met someone that didn't like it, even if most people did. I've never run into anyone that doesn't. It might not be your favorite Trek film, but I've never run into anyone that doesn't, at the minimum, really like it. Of course, I love it. I mean, I adore it, every inch of it. But I mean, I'm just not. It just seems like one of the most well-liked, well-reviewed films ever made.
Yep.
And so it's so familiar. Everyone's here's seen it a zillion times. So basically, what we'll do is we will. If you have anything further to add about it, once you do that, I will get you to rate it, and I will rate it. Then we'll get the ratings from our friends.
Yeah. I think I've expressed everything that I wanted to express. You know, bottom line is this is a very well traveled territory. There are tons of reviews online. So I really liked the idea, Clubby, of us speaking to our personal experiences as we were actually imbibing the film for the first time. So I thought that was lovely, and I hope that inspires folks to watch it who haven't watched it, and perhaps maybe join us all together in our nostalgia and our love for this great IP. So we didn't do exhaustive review here, and we didn't intend to. We intended to draw it nearer to our hearts and talk about how much we care about it as we continually watch it. I would also like to say that everyone should avoid Nicholas Meyer. Don't listen to the commentary that he has on this film. It's absolutely atrocious and insufferable. You may kick a hole in your TV. And that said, boss man, this is a 10 out of 10 for me. This is A++++++. One of the greatest films in the history of humankind. Bring it.
Love it. A+++++, 2 bazillion pluses for me. I love this film so much. It's just, like I said, it would have been fun to just EFAP it piece by piece and stuff like that. But it's also been done to death. Everyone has done it. Everyone has seen this thing.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen this film and you're here, then I don't know if you've ever watched Star Trek. I mean, everyone has. Everyone has an opinion on it. So why go over the details other than we talked about a few things that we love about it. And before we get to we're going to get to our ratings, but we have a special guest. We have a special feature, just like there would be on a DVD or a Blu-ray. Our buddy, the great Mark D with the C, has joined us. And I tell you what, I'm going to get his rating. We're going to go through these ratings, and he's got a special presentation for us, everyone.
You guys are
What's up,
going to
buddy?
love this. This is the greatest presentation. I love it. You're going to have nerdgasms. You're going to have geekgasms. It's going to be great.
Okay, we have a special RAQUEL presentation for Mark. What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, great to have me. Great to have me.
We're gonna I can tell you what, we're gonna get their ratings. Then I'm gonna get yours, Mark. Then we're gonna let you hassle them. Okay, Esh. I think Thoth had one, but I may let's see. Thoth, did you go before Esh? Let's see here.
And then Eric K had a rating too.
Well, I'm way behind. I had to go way back because I can't, because people started putting reviews in before.
Oh, Chris Persia. No, sorry, Chris Persia did.
Oh, what was it?
You want me to read it?
If you got it.
I saved it. Yeah. He said, Chris Persia. Yeah, sorry, I have to get up early, so I'll leave my rating. A, perfect example of what a Star Trek movie should be. Spock, I have been and always shall be your friend. Live long and prosper.
Nice.
Chris Persia, I love you.
Appreciate you, man.
For lucky. Beautiful review.
See, I'm way behind on the because I have to stop my chat when people put a rating early in there, and it messes me up bad. So I'm way behind. And Ash had to go to bed, but he left his review. Let's see. There's Eric there.
Katie had to leave. Katie Carr left quickly too, but JT Kirk has our information at 56 minutes past the hour. JT Kirk, I love you. Thank you for being such a great community member and doing that for us. You're the best.
Okay, I can't see it, so Eric tells me that Katie sent me one. Let's see here. Okay. All right, let's see here. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it, bro. Let's see here. The rest. Katie Carr might not be able to make it for the rest of the show. Maybe last. I will give you a short review of the one. The film was one of a kind and different to all TOS Trek movies. The score carried was one of three. A great part of the film, brilliantly composed by James Horner. The most poignant for me was the final Spock and Kirk scene when Spock gives his life to save the crew. Such a sacrifice paved the way for future episodes in the franchise, such as What You Leave Behind, that's DS9, and Endgame, Voyager, emphasizing the Star Trek family and vision of Gene's future. Overall, Wrath of Khan gets an A. Thank you, my dear. Appreciate you, Katie. Thank you so much.
She's still here. I guess she hasn't fully left yet. Katie Carr, we love you.
Let's see here. Yep. Thank you, Katie. Appreciate you there. What is that? Did I get beeped again? Did you send me something, Mark?
Oh no, that was probably just beeping on my end. I think. Yep.
Yeah, that was just
that might have been my camera. Yeah.
I don't know if you heard that or not.
Yeah, there was a machine that goes beep.
Not a problem.
Bing.
Let's see here. All right, we're ready for our Ash pick. Okay.
Release the Kraken.
Our first of our Ash pick is his first thing is first. Khan, but we won't say it loud, or at least not too loud. Let's see. Let's think, man, StreamYard's is being slow tonight. Everyone, apologize. So Ash says, after he says Khan, of course, he says, second, I don't need to say much about this film because it speaks for itself. It's cerebral, emotive, and the perfection of the TOS era. I'm left with two quotes. Spock, I have been and always shall be your friend. Kirk, of all the souls that I've encountered in my travels, his was the most human. These quotes sum up the brotherhood of. I don't know if it was visiting hours or not, Liger fan. I think it may have been. I'll try to figure it out. I think Janet Leigh was in it or something like that. It was or not Janet Leigh. I forget. I'll find out. Kirk and Spock, which was truly special. The Abrams. No, he's going to mention filth.
Ew.
The
Don't
filth
read
films,
filth.
The filth were part of my gateway to Trek. To the reactor death scene was so much better. I think he's gone, but if you are, Ash, we're just teasing you, man. We do hate it, but we love you, so that's all that matters. It had more weight to it, and no disrespect to the film. Oh, you can disrespect it all you want here. You can disrespect the dumbness all day long.
Yeah.
This movie's story, acting, tension, emotion, uniforms, perfect. A+. And with that, good night. Take care, Trek fam. Hopefully, I'll be here next week. But if not, live long and perspire. Well, we love you, Ash. Thank you so much.
Love you, Ash. Love you very much, honey. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you so much for supporting the channel.
Ironcaster gives Rat the Con a 10. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, let me start trying to find some. I tell you what, while I'm finding the next one, go ahead, Mark. Give yours real quick, man.
Well, this is great. Yeah, thank you for having me on. I don't have to type under Turner characters, but I'll talk about how I first saw the movie. I won't give the Ash. God bless you, as we love your reviews. That's why we want them. But I'll try not to be too long. But yeah, it's just one of my all-time favorite movies. I mean, if you pick, like you said, your top 25 movies. So to me, it has everything. It really captures that friendship. So for my buddies growing up, this is a really special movie. I got to see the world premiere, which I'll talk about, and got to, meet Leonard Nimoy, which is unbelievable to begin with. But just, being friends with people. And my birthday, it was a couple days ago. So it's a tradition. It's a summertime. It's in the Northeast. It's finally we can get outside and celebrate, have a party. And then after that, we'd always watch Wrath of Khan. So it's just it just combines and the lines of Kirk, as I'm getting older, looking back on that as you're aging, it's that timeless friendship between Spock and Kirk, and he says, surely the best of times, and so you just reflect. It's a very personal movie for me in that way, in terms of how the characters interact and showing what a great friendship you can have among people. Then the horrible loss at the end with Spock, dying at the end. It's just so tragic, and then just breaks your heart every time you see that. And when Kirk says he was the most human, it just really got you. And then you hear see Scotty's playing the bagpipes. So, and then you also reflect on, as you get older too, would have been my dad's birthday, June 19th. He's been gone for 5 years. This is a movie I watched with him. So just everyone who's lost someone out there, that's just it's not just me, it's everyone. It just really, and it works because as Ash said, that last scene and the horrible new movies have no gravitas. There's nothing to it. There's no feeling between the characters, but you've grown up watching these characters, and when that final scene hits, you just can't believe that he's gone, and you just see the friendship. And what do you think of my solution for my Kobayashi Maru solution? And Kirk finally realizes that this is his test, and he's got to go on with life and get through things. So it's an uplifting movie despite the tragedy in the end. And then when the torpedo lands on the Genesis planet, then we're in the movie. I just remember that night talking to my friends like, oh, he's going to be back. There's I'm paraphrasing the line, but out of that death and destruction, there'll be new life. A new life will arise.
Right.
So there's that was the out there, and they actually added that.
They did add it later. That's right.
They added that to the film, but then you
also
knew
the remember scene they added.
Yep, and the remember scene. So you knew that that was coming. So that
guys, could I please interrupt? I beg your pardon. Please excuse me. I'm so sorry for interrupting. But Dee Dee Myers has to leave. And Dee Dee Myers, I just want you to know that we do consider you family as well. And you are a very important part of this community. Thank you so much for supporting this channel and for supporting this show. And have a good week. And stop in here anytime. We'll be here.
Dee Dee Myers, take it easy, man. Thank you so much for being here. Go ahead with your rating.
Well, so that's that was a good point to grab, because that was that gets the whole movie. I think when you get to the end and you see that it ends on a hopeful, even though you're depressed, and you can see Raquel was so upset. We were upset, but then you had that glimmer of hope in the end of the movie that things would be better. And then Kirk, looking off into the bridge, kind of reminded me of Empire Strikes Back, that last scene. Although it was, I can't remember, when the whole gang is together and they've lost, Solo, and they're not sure that he's, maybe he's dead. But just as tough as that movie was,
it is similar, yeah.
They're looking out in the galaxy, and you get that grain of hope. So that's why I just love the movie. Yep.
Your rating? What did you rate?
Oh, A plus, 5 out of 5 set of eels. just,
Yeah.
I just can't. I give it a 6 out of 10 out of 10. It's top. You try to rate movies. It's just in one. If I had to go on a desert island with an old iPod and let them in storage, it'd be that'd be one of the movies I'd put on there to watch. Yep.
We'll go ahead and knock out these other ratings then. 10 out of 10 commendations from Jesus is my king.
Yeah.
A bunch of pluses. Best of the 10 TOS TNG movies. Glad they made an update of a TOS episode with this one. Absolutely. Absolutely.
It
Love
was
love
nice that we got closure on Space Seed, wasn't it, Jesus?
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Dark Shadow Logan, A++. Conclusion to Space Seed. Regatta Montalban was in terrible pain from crippling back injury he suffered from years ago, but reprised his role with power as Khan, Spock, Ultimate Sacrifice. Absolutely.
Again tonight with these Dark Shadow Logan on point with these excellent comments. Love them, love them.
Indeed, indeed. Eric K says Chris Persia had to run. Sorry, I had to get up early, so I'll leave already. So here's Chris Purchase. A perfect example of what a Star Trek movie should be.
Yeah.
Spock, I have been and always shall be your friend. Live long and prosper.
Love you, Chris. And thank you, Eric.
Appreciate that, bro. Eric, appreciate you, brother. Ironcaster said, Raquel, I love your story about how much this movie means to you. Spock was an idol that inspired you. And he said, I'll get down to it here. And his death at the end of Walk stripped away that Vulcan-like self to reveal the humanity in you, the love of the character, and sadness for his loss. Absolutely, Ironcaster. Nice.
Yeah, Ironcaster, thank you. Such a good friend. Ironcaster is such a good friend to me and to everyone on this panel and to our whole community. Thank you, Ironcaster.
JT Kirk. What? Let's see. You need to downgrade the quality of the stream to 480p, like all Blu-ray bonus content seems to be. I got you. Oh, let's see here. Trying to get to some of these ratings, everyone. D. Bud Martin, A+. What's wrong with this thing? Going slow. Not just a great Trek film, but great film, period. I know many non-Trek fans who love this movie. Well-crafted story that builds up to the exciting and heartbreaking ending. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So true.
Right?
You don't have to be a Trek, really big Trek fanatic.
It's a great comment. And we should have said that earlier. And that needed to be said, D. Bud Martin. Once again, great comments. I always love your comments, but that's true, isn't it? It was such an outstanding film that it even resonated with people who even hated Star Trek. So great comment.
I saw a review in the paper of the guy we couldn't stand, our local reviewer here, who did not like, it was a self-professed non-fan of Star Trek, and he couldn't give this a bad review.
Yeah.
He didn't give it the glowing, gigantic review that he loved it, but he was not able to give it a negative review. In fact, he doesn't like Star Trek to the point where he kind of gave it a little points off for that and still couldn't give it a name. He still liked it. He still was complimentary to it, which was weird for this little, anyway. Sorta Boobas, A+. Everything. The plot, the villain, the theme of aging, the music, the misdirection of Spock's story with the false death of and the sacrifice, the perfection. Finally, a short review.
Snortapoopus. This is a great review. I love your reviews, long and short, and that was outstanding. Thank you, sir.
Anti-derivative Jill.
Hey,
Jill. 5. Got a big one. Got an S pick for us. All right. A+. The characterization was so great. Love that the writer had never seen Star Trek and proceeded to watch the entire series before writing, which is why we end up with such a great movie. The Genesis device is amazing, as it's a dream for humanity to be able to take a lifeless world and make it home.
Mm-hmm.
But it also doubles as a potential terrible weapon, as David says.
Yeah.
I love the naval aspect being interwoven, especially the tension we feel between Kirk and Khan as they try to outwit one another. Not being with your enemy can make him more ominous and tense. That's a good point. That's a very good point. It's always wrenching when Spock makes his logical sacrifice when the crew later sends him off, especially the first time I watched it and didn't know he'd return in the very next movie.
Yeah, right, Jill?
Absolutely. That was a rough 2 years right there. Thus paying off when he told McCoy, remember.
Well, that Jill, that was the only hope we had. That's why we were all searching for the TV guide in our local newspaper. We were like, what did Nimoy decide? What did he decide?
Well, I was looking for him in the movie theater. I'm like, where did you go? I want to find out what the hell happened. What's going to happen?
Man. A++ for the great Eric K. Ricardo Montalban is magnetic. I love the Melville quote to the last.
Yes.
I will grapple with thee. From hell's heart, I stab at thee.
For hate's
sake, I spit my last breath at thee.
Yep.
Love it.
Yeah, but Spock's dead. Yeah. It's just, and I also love that we've got Moby Dick in there, and great comment, Eric. You know I always love your comments. Wonderful feedback. Love you. Thank you.
Indeed. See if we can make sure we got them all. No, I think we have a few more. Wolfie.
Oh!
One or two review. 12 out of 10. Epic dialogue, epic acting, three-dimensional thinking, Z minus 10,000 meters. Standby photon torpedoes, submarine Trek combat as icing on the cake. That is very
Wolfie,
well said.
my husband is a machinist, and my husband absolutely loves the fact that it's 360 access. So when it gets to that part, he's like, machining!
Z minus 10,000.
Yeah.
Caddy Carr saying happy birthday to somebody. I guess it could have been you, Mark. Even
maybe
though
it's me.
the other day.
Maybe a couple days ago. Yep. Make it go.
On a personal note, says Wolfie. I met my partner of 10 years at an outdoor screening of this film. It never stops giving. Well, Wolfie, that's fantastic. Excellent.
Yeah, great.
I love hearing stuff like that.
Beautiful.
Outdoor screening, that had to be fun.
Yes.
JT Kirk says, A+++++, a bunch of pluses. This is my favorite movie of all time and genres. After a Romulan ale, I still managed to get eye sweat seeing that torpedo move through the bay. Can Roddenberry cook or can he?
Oh my goodness. This is such a beautiful comment. Are you trying to make me cry? JT Kirk, I love you. This is heartfelt and very clever. What a beautiful comment. Thank you for crafting it.
Absolutely. Was it JT Kirk says?
I think he's got. Oh no, yep.
Well, Catman says, Clubby and Raquel. Let's see what Catman. I don't think it's a review, but let's see. You rock and love you. Oh, great, and consider everyone here a family. And then you were responding that to her earlier, weren't you? Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Catman. D.D. Myers. Thank you so much, my friend.
Yeah.
We really appreciate that, and right back at you, buddy.
Yep. You are definitely. We definitely think of you as family as well. You are a Star Trek family.
Indeed. Let's see here. Oh, man, this thing's going. Sorry, everyone. My screen RAM. The thing's going slow on me. My StreamYards is going real slow on me. Scoop up, A with the many pluses. Absolutely, I'm with you. Pattis says A+. Dude, come on. You got to ask. Prytania shows this every year. That's the New Orleans. Yeah, I love it. Now that they have a French Quarter French Quarters local, we should, as Chris Burnett, ask Chris Brunet, I'm sorry, to have do an AM or midnight showing for CLOBBERIN Con.
Ooh, CLOBBERIN.
I'll see what
So basically what Pat's saying for folks at home is he's basically saying that there is a smaller theater that we could book for CLOBBERIN and watch Wrath of Khan.
I will see what I can do, sir. That's 70s Rocks fan. What's up, buddy? There is no other score for this movie than 11 out of 10, and it's one of the best movies ever made. It certainly is that, buddy.
Yeah, Kamloops.
I think we may
Nobody
have
got
everything.
That but the Canadians and
Only the
that
Canadians.
70s rock fan.
I think we've got every review now. I think Thoth put one in, but it was so late. Maybe, I don't know if he had to go or what. Oh, we got some more coming.
James Caserta, I changed my grade to F-. James, what's going on with you, sweetheart? What's happened? Have you hit your head? Are you drunk? What's wrong, James?
I haven't seen that one yet. Phoenix Argus A+. I hold this in high regard, not only because of the return of Khan, but the motivations for Khan become personal after the death of his wife, and not simply driven by a sense of superiority. Oh, 1 of 5. Okay, here we go. The bridge and shots made it larger and less cramped. The engineering was brighter, yet the style, the dilithium reactor, style of the Earth and that Spock enters is too simple. We also get the new Starfleet vessel. Uniforms used in Wrath of Khan are my favorite version by far. They look respectable, clean, and professional but my lord, young Kirstie Alley was hot, especially in that Starfleet regulation bathrobe.
Have you changed your
You noticed her hairstyle changed too? Yes, sir.
Hadn't noticed. Wonderful stuff, that Romulan ale. Spock's death and funeral still tugs at the heartstrings to this day. Movie of loss, revenge. It was originally called The Vengeance of Khan. Sacrifice and grief and the emotions. Received amplified by the fans' own relations to the characters.
Yeah.
Let me get to the other one. Trying to find. Oh, there we go. All right. This film, no matter how much the faux directors and writers may try, cannot be replicated or imitated due to the connection from following them on their journeys. This film is top tier gold. I am so with you.
Love you, Phoenix. Thank you so much for taking the time to express how you feel about the film. I appreciate it very much.
James means as in fantastic. I think he means the F.
That makes so much more sense in how I know you, James Caserta.
And now to our special features. If we've got all our reviews, and I think we have, our special feature for the evening, and his name is Mark D with the C, and he has some special Star Trek to the Wrath of Khan, I guess, story to tell us, and some things to show us. Is that not correct?
Yep. So anyone want a ticket to the world premiere? I got some tickets to the world premiere signed by Leonard Nimoy. So the story behind this was one of my classmates, Nicole. Her uncle was Gary Nardino, who was, you mentioned in the book, actually, Raquel, that you're reading. So she would always bring in headshots of all the actors. You know, he was the head of Paramount, or one of the heads of Paramount TV. So she'd bring in shots of like Henry Winkler from Happy Days, and Laverne and Shirley, and Mork and Mindy, different characters. And you're a young kid, you didn't really think, you thought it was cool, but you didn't think much about it. So years later, as I'm reading all these books and stories, I keep seeing his name mentioned. So he was part of this movie and part of the Star Trek legend, which was amazing. So for a fundraiser for school, they had a choice between Wrath of Khan or Grease 2, and thankfully they picked Wrath of Khan. So I'll switch to the camera and show some of the paraphernalia I have. And that's me from years ago with going to see the Enterprise exhibit down the Smithsonian. So that's one way this movie has touched a lot of people too. With let's see here if I switch. There we go.
Did you see the tongues on those high tops, everybody at home?
Yeah.
Serious 80s going down there.
Serious 80s, yep. So I think I'm going to do a stream. I've been collecting memorabilia from this movie, since it came out, and when eBay hit, it's been fun to collect all these different different things. So let me move my mic over here.
Wow, even I have that Reliant little ship you got there on that thing. I'm having my hand right now, actually.
Yeah. So I don't know if it's in scale so much with the Enterprise. I think the Enterprise
It's not at all.
Yeah, so
it's
but,
not.
You know, we could forgive him for that. So
yeah, but it's definitely not.
these pewter.
It's a great little
yeah, great
figure.
You know, that's what happens a lot of time with the figures. They don't have nice.
Okay, so Phoenix Argus is freaking out behind the scenes like I freaked out when I first saw this stuff. 20 minutes past the hour. Laminate those tickets. Put them in 2 safes.
Yeah, usually they're locked away, and yeah, you're right. That those are, you know, I took them out of work. You know, I brought them home tonight, and I was like, oh my god, it was raining. I'm like, I put them in an envelope and double. You know, I was like very worried about that. And this, I just did a video today, but here's the phaser from RAQUEL, and I just got this new nice stand for it. So
wow.
And it's perfectly dusted, folks. It's
I
perfectly
did
dusted.
Yeah. He knows
Jesus is my King 68 at 20 minutes past the hour. He and Eric have been trying to find LT's rating. And Jesus is my King 68 rings in here on behalf of Eric saying, Lord Thoth gave it an A+, described it as, whoops, we just got a big jump, described it as the best with hints of family.
Nice. Hail the Lord Thoth. Yeah, I know. I saw him do it, but we were in the midst of doing way before. I guess that meant he had to leave. So
yeah.
But, yeah, I guess LT had to leave early. Yeah.
Yeah. Whoa, man, that's amazing.
So this is and then the nice thing about this one, this is Diamond Select one, so it separates. So,
yeah.
You can do. So this is just some fun, you know, fun.
That's the expensive one.
That's the expensive one, yeah.
That's the very expensive one, folks. Been looking at that one for a long time.
Everything has gone up in value, which is crazy now. So I've been collecting. I'll just show a few of the things. I'll show the ticket book and everything again. But this is one of the brochures I picked up on eBay. So.
Okay, watch those corners, man.
Watch those corners. I only have 1 copy of these.
I'm telling you, if you bang up those corners, you and I, we're gonna have a fight.
Yeah. So here's you know, a nice brochure with you know, back in the day, but there was no internet, so they were giving, you know, you'd have a lot of print media, so you would have seen this ad in you know, magazines and such. So and what they did too for this movie, they had to save money. So yeah, the more you read about it, you know, they reused a lot of the sets, they reused some of the shots. And if this movie hadn't been successful, you know, Star Trek maybe would have died. I mean, who knows what we would have gotten? I mean, with you know, because the first movie was so expensive, but they really didn't make that much money. So the goal was to have, you know, a story where they could make money. And then, you know, I can see where some people say it's maybe not as Trekky in terms of, you know, a sci-fi idea. You know, it's not as a grandiose idea, but I still think it has that, you know, with the Genesis device. It's very, very cool. So, but, you know, they really did a great job of saving money. And so this is just showing they made $30 million. And I think the word of mouth probably, I'm sure, helped with that. So it actually made more money than Raiders of the Lost Ark. Take that, Raiders.
Okay, so we've got Eric K saying some really cool stuff. We've got everybody in the chat blowing up. They're loving this. And the nerdporeal life form just walked in the door.
Hey, nerdporeal life form. Welcome.
Well, yep.
Good to see you.
So
yeah, Eric K, whenever he takes this stuff out, I tell him to have a shower, to wash his hands 2 or 3 times before touching it. I really would prefer if he had gloves. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, there's
the duster. I have the duster at the ready. I did dust these guys. So here's the invite that came in the mail.
Nice.
And, here's the signed by Nimoy.
I mean, come on.
So unfortunately, there's a pinhole here, but Mom put that on the bulletin board before I took it. But I don't know if whose idea. If I you know, it's been so long that if I had the idea to get this signed, or I brought it, or I mean, obviously I had it and I met him and got it signed. But I remember I was at a baseball game, a baseball practice, and just like in your brain, certain things are ingrained. I can still picture. I know which field I was at. I can still picture my dad's blue van showing up and, you know, waving to me to, like, you know, time to, I was so excited, like, time to go see the movie, but I couldn't miss the whole I missed part of practice, and I changed in the van, and it was just me and him that went to the movie. And then you got there, and then there was a line of people, and they had 2 tables of memorabilia set up. And of course, this is, before we had our own personal communicators and cell phones to take. I've got to try to find some pictures of what was there at the auction, but
right, Phoenix Argus. This is what I'm saying. Sorry to interrupt you, Mark.
Sure.
I actually said that I wanted to kick him for this. Do you know what I mean? Imagine showing up. You've got your wine and cheese, and you've got a little bit of champagne, maybe a little bit of red wine, and then he's buying memorabilia. You know what I mean? I love Mark. Mark's my friend in real life, but whenever I see this stuff, I want to punch him. Well, maybe not punch him, just maybe kick him really hard, right in the shin.
Yeah. So that was the invite that came out. Let me put that with the tickets real carefully here. I don't want to have any.
Cavatino, Callerman Clay. Hey, welcome.
Hey.
Hail. So we get there, and then of course, you're nervous too. I've never met anyone famous before, right? And then I see Nimoy there, and you're like, and my dad's like, just get online. He's signing stuff. So there's a long line, and it was one of those huge movie theaters back in the day that, before it got chopped up into like 6 theaters. So,
right,
it was a massive Translux movie theater, and Nimoy's lined up there, and then I'll show another thing I got signed. But then we brought I'll show the PDF.
Jay's upset that things aren't in Mylar sleeves. Phoenix wants some wine. And Wolfie would have liked to have seen SETI eels in gummy bears.
No pleasing some people.
Yeah.
Fruit snacks in the shape of SETI eels. Ow!
So I'll show this on the PDF that I have. It'll be easier to read. But here's I don't think I had Nimoy sign this. I guess not. No, he didn't sign this. But this was the book that they were giving out when you went to the movie theater, and it had all the advertisers, typical book when you go somewhere, you have a fundraiser, hey, you want to buy an ad in our book. And
gummy eels.
Gummy eels. My buddy David P was always a rambunctious kid, so we were young kids at this, and there was a stack of these Starlog official movie magazines.
Yeah, I love this.
And of course, David just goes up, as David will be, and he just, opens the box. I don't know if they were for sale or maybe they were to give away. It's like, guys, come on, everyone grab one. So, I went online the first time, and you could only have a couple of things signed at once. So I had Nimoy sign my tickets, and I go up to him. I'm like, oh, it's like, you're trying to come up with something to say or something, you just gotta, you're just lost. So, so I had him sign this book. So this is the official movie magazine. But the bad thing about it was I started reading the damn thing, and it gives away the opening scene with the Kobayashi Maru.
That's right.
So I'm reading this, and the magazine says what happened. So I was so pissed when I read it. I'm like, put some spoiler warning. I guess obviously this was a world premiere. So
well, when we bought that before the movie, a buddy of mine read it too, and he was talking about all this stuff.
Oh,
so, we were having arguments in the line before the movie, walking up, people talking about what was going to happen.
I'm so glad that when I met Leonard Nimoy on his photography tour, and he in a very gentlemanly way, he put his arm around my waist as we talked and took pictures at a VIP event. I absolutely adore him. And can I just say that I'm so happy that I didn't go oof.
Yeah,
Mark,
well, I don't know what I said. That was my brain. No, well, it's just in my brain. I think in my brain I made that sound. Just like had no like my one of my buddies is a lawyer, God bless him, who jokes how fast talking he is, right. And he loves the Who and Pete Townsend, and he saw Pete Townsend walking down the street in New York City. And this guy can never I mean, I'm not, if he heard me, he wouldn't say, like, he can never shut up, the guy. So he goes up to Pete Townsend and he goes, ugh. So it's great to hear how friendly Nimoy was, and a great guy. And Kelly.
Nimoy was a gentleman. He was handsome. He was a gentleman. He was a brilliant, talented in so many ways. Writer, singer, photographer, director, actor. He was amazing.
So
I
of
loved
course,
him. I
Oh,
still
wow.
do.
you have
Of
to have
course.
a graphic. I tried to put this on tonight, but
Mhm.
it's old, so it doesn't fit so well anymore. But I have this hanging,
Love it.
even though I don't have that much hair left. But yeah, so that's you find things on eBay. You got to have a Wrath of Khan hat, and then I grabbed this out of the basement and I dusted it. So
Good.
I got to find a spot to. Hopefully, I can drop this.
So happy. You had to dust this? Why would you have to
Because
dust
I have
this?
so much stuff. It's like having a museum.
It's so wrong, Mark. Your house is a museum.
So let me zoom out and turn the light off. So this is reflective. So this is a signed Space Seed and Wrath of Khan plaque.
Look at
Got
him.
to zoom here.
So
I'm
handsome.
sorry for the lights, but
That's okay,
it's like
sweetheart. Don't worry about it.
yeah, that gives you the idea. So this,
Yeah, it's just beautiful.
So it's number 10 out of 2,500. So
Ah.
Wow.
so too bad it's not 1701. I was like, come on, I want
That
to
would
get
have been great.
Oh.
That'd have been the best one.
Yeah, that would have been the best one.
So and there was a little. It's not my fault, but there was a little water damage when I bought it on eBay. But it's not that bad. Bottom
Shame,
Nice.
shame, double shame. Right, Jill?
you don't want to know how much I got it for. I won't say.
Look, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
You don't want to know. So let me. I'm going to share my screen over here, and let's see, share screen. I'll just share the PDF of that program book, and we can talk about the auction for a second there. So Deepa Martin, I can hear Clobby drooling.
Look, we're all drooling. The first time I saw this stuff, people were cutting up the clips and making fun of me because they said I was having a nerdgasm. Deepa Martin, like I'm telling you, Mark's house is a museum. I've said that when we go to visit him, I'm literally just going to send them all away to have dinner, and I'm going to stay in the house and look at everything. I'll be there with Mrs. D, and I'll just be like, I'll be out in a little while.
No, she normally what she says is, "Take the stuff, please, take it," but in a fun way. She's like, since I've been on YouTube, she's like, people really dig this, like this stuff. I'm like, yes, people do. So here's the program book, and so you can see a little bit better, and. So that was Gary Nardino, head of Paramount, and they're thanking him, and of course, they was doing it as a fundraiser for the school, and yeah, we had wine and cheese, and the hysterical thing is when years later I would shop at a comic book store in Stanford, and I was talking about, I got to meet Leonard Nimoy at the World Press. He's like, and the comic book shop owner Paul, he's like, really? He's like, I was there. I was serving wine and cheese. He's older than me, so he was in college, and he was, hired as a caterer. And then I made that bad joke, like, were you a mime, like in Spinal Tap? He's like, no, just that. But if you remember the scene where Billy Crystal was, they're doing the mime, passing out the cheese. But so what they did, then they had the auction. And my dad was he worked on, he worked for NASA, he worked on the space program, but he's like, this is all make believe junk. So he wasn't a big, he's like, this is all fake, fake stuff. So I don't know if he was doing it just to ride me or just to, to get me. But of course he said he did love the movie. Like you said, even if you weren't a Star Trek fan, it always surprised me he wasn't a big Star Trek fan, being so involved with science. So, everything, talking about science and satellites and space and the Apollo program. He'd give me books. So they had a nice, nice write up on the film. And then this is what I wanted to show here too, was the memorabilia. So they had all this great artwork on the table. They had, drawings of the Reliant. They had, original artwork for the Space Station Regular One. So they had Eden Cove. So they had the pencil study of Regular One. And I just excuse me, I just remember I can close my eyes and picture these things on the table. Like, Dad, could you please bid on something? And then, you could pick up the stuff too, like the props. I'm like, I want that phaser. I want that phaser. So he's like, look at this. This is crap. It doesn't even work. You know. So like in his,
Yeah.
his accent,
Okay,
I'm
so
like,
D. Bud Martin is saying, yeah, we saw that on the Global Geek Gang. Thanks for bringing that up. Then Dark Shadow Logan says, Raquel's going to show up to Mark's house with a U-Haul truck. So, but why I really wanted to interject here is, can you please explain that your father was an immigrant? And can you please explain your heritage? Because I don't want them to think that he's like a crazy Muppet. So please tell us about your father.
So my dad came here in the in the late 50s. Came to America not speaking a word of English, and the running joke, and he sounded, if you Arnold Schwarzenegger, that's the running joke with my buddies was my dad sounded like Arnold. So we always do my bad Arnold impersonation. So my dad would always say, I lost my accent many years ago. So that was his line. So it was all good fun. So
clearly he had one.
He had one, yeah. So I'm begging, and then we had just started our business. Money was, money's tight, and I'm like, I have nothing to bid on this stuff. But I remember just seeing him. I mean, I just wanted it because I love Star Trek, but I can only imagine what some of this stuff, is worth now. So they had, I just remember seeing the sketches. They had Kirk's apartment, and I think in the background that was from one of the famous movies, with the disaster movies. I'm trying to remember. That was the background was reused. So the matte painting was from Earthquake, I think.
Irwin Allen's Earthquake.
Yeah. So they had,
and it's very rare for a matte painting to survive because, of course, they were put on glass. And many folks involved with the production have said that at this time, it was the practice to put chemicals on the glass and simply erase it. So they were lost forever. And it is now the practice to have someone on set to make sure things don't go in the dumpster and things don't get erased, or just have chemicals poured on them and they evaporate into air. So a very, very rare thing. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry to interject.
Oh no, it's great to hear. Yeah. So they had, and I can picture these things like I saw them yesterday. Like, lapel pin, Spock's belt. They had, Kirk's belt, lapel pin by Kirk. So these are all small things. They had the conductor's score all marked up with pen. They had marks on them. Shooting scripts. So they had two of those. God, I wish I had that. Star Trek emblem plaque, and then the Kirk's jacket. They had one of the planetary buttons.
It's torture. It's torture.
They had autographed pictures, and then the mock-up laser gun. I don't know who did the copy on this. Hopefully, should have been Star Trek Phaser.
Phaser. You did not say laser. Gene Roddenberry would not approve of that.
Yeah. Well, he came up with Phaser. He was so brilliant. He's like, well, we've got to have something more high-tech than a laser. Yes. And when you held that thing, it was so primitive. I mean, it was because it's on screen, it's not that close. So it was pretty rough laser gun phaser. So it was but it was so cool. And then the biggest item was Spock's ear. So that went for the biggest amount of money. And my friend Kim, her family won that.
Ridiculous.
And,
ridiculous.
Yeah. So Kim, if you're watching, ridiculous. I don't think you are, but I told her last time I saw her, I said, if you ever want to sell those ears, give me first dibs. Although
Kim,
God
if you're listening, I want to kick you in the shin too. Okay, I want to kick you square in the shin when I see you, Kim. You and your Spock's ears.
So she's got Spock's ears safe and sound. God bless her, the fam. I don't know who, but yeah. So that went, I think, for 2K or 3K.
Jiminy Cricket.
But back then,
James Caserta has put this up in the chat, and I think it's very important that we just take a second here to address this. James Caserta, thank you so much, sir. So where you are, it is now Father's Day.
Oh yes, it is.
So
even where I am.
I just want to say, Clobby, you're a great dad, and happy Father's Day. Mark, you're a great dad. Happy Father's Day. I want to wish happy Father's Day to all the guys, all the wonderful guys that are a part of this show who are in our community, all you Star Trek fans, all the dads. Happy Father's Day. My love to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy Father's Day to everyone. Yep.
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah, so Phoenix is saying, wait, your father would have bought if it was a working phaser? Probably, yeah. And here, so go outside and play with the working phaser. Actually, he was working in a shop in one of his engineering jobs, and he told me when they had the first laser, one of the first industrial lasers, but they didn't know what they were going to do with it. So it was like, it was a solution in search of a problem, and who knew, years later how much the laser would be used. But yeah, probably he would have bought if it was a working laser. Yeah,
He 100% would have. I just want to let everyone know at home who isn't participating in the live chat and you're just listening to this as a podcast. I just want you to know that the entire chat is blowing up with Father's Day wishes. So if you're part of this community, I want you to know that everybody is reaching out to hug all of the dads and thank them for just being great dads. And we love all of you.
Yeah, it's a special. It's a special day. Yep. And I'll just have a couple more pictures to show, not too many, but I think we've seen. Let's see here. What did I have in here? But I guess here's just a close up of the six. So I did. As Raquel said too, you make a backup copy too, and I want to do a shadow.
The only reason why he was doing it, guys, is because I told him to stop touching it. I told him that I didn't want him to touch it anymore. I said, scan it. Will you just scan it? Stop touching it.
And here's another preview I found online. It must have been another, world premiere June 3rd, somewhere else. Yep. And there's just the contributors. Yeah. So that's I think I had one more. Of course, that's the magazine cover and then the signed ticket.
Happy and gorgeous and dignified and just wonderful he is.
Yeah. And then in the movie theater too, we were like, oh my, you heard rumors that Spock was going to die, but then when they had that opening scene, we didn't have, obviously, I keep saying didn't have the internet, but there were, fan magazines, and there was some chatter. There was some chatter, and I, being a much younger kid, I wasn't, didn't have access to those, but you still, heard things on the radio or on TV, and when I saw that scene, I said, oh well, yeah. And Kirk goes, oh, I thought you were dead, and then you said, aren't you dead? So. You think that was the trick, they filmed it and Spock quote unquote died. So now he's safe for the rest of the movie. So that was also a brilliant
that was the little fake out. It's like when Wayne Gretzky was going to go into a goal and he would line up the slap shot and he'd be like, ha ha, suckers.
So
that happened and it hurt. It didn't make it any better.
So I also have a couple of
Eric K. I love you, Eric K. Stop touching it. It is God.
Love that. I love the movie Real Genius, by the way, Eric K. Great movie.
That was a great one, yeah. So this was one of the lobby cards I bought on eBay, even though it says property of so-and-so supposed to be destroyed, but hopefully Khan won't come after me. So here's another great lobby card. Excuse me, another. And this scene was so great, too. The tension in this scene was fantastic when, Chekhov realizes, Botany Bay.
Yeah.
Captain, this is the garden spot of City Alpha 5.
Yeah.
6. Actually, 6. He thought it was 6.
6. Yeah, yeah. Although I agree with you guys were saying that, that's kind of something they should come up with a better explanation, or maybe he had City Alpha 6 just become a desert planet, but you could kind of forgive it.
You could have had him on 6 and they'd explain some aliens landed a ship there and they were able to take it, and then they couldn't get any farther than 6 before they crashed because it was messed up. Anything
Something
better
like
than
that. Yeah.
the planet blowing up.
But yeah, I love that. Botany Bay. Botany Bay. Oh no.
Yeah. And then you read, you see all the books on the shelf. There's got Moby Dick and Paradise Lost.
Yes. It looks like my book collection.
So here's the description of so the other let me get to that one picture. All right, so here's the other fun story I have a connection to Wrath of Khan. So Laura Banks is the navigator right here. So I was doing some website work. I got introduced to her through a mutual friend and client, And she calls me and says, I'm looking for some help on my website. Maybe you could do something. She said, she's a comedian now, but she's like, I was in some B movies years ago, and maybe this movie, Star Trek Wrath of Khan, maybe you've heard of it. I was a navigator. And I'm like, oh my God. I guess I'm talking to someone who's in Wrath of Khan. So I said, Laura, don't take this the wrong way, but you're on my wall in a couple of pictures. I don't know if you'll still hire me, but hopefully you won't get too freaked out by this. Awkward. Like, so she came over and she saw the office that you guys have seen. When I've shown it on the Global Geek Gang and a couple of times. So that Star Trek wall with all the posters and pictures and her photo. I have the albums or the the soundtracks and the laser discs that have her picture on it. So she signed this to me, live long and prosper, Laura Banks, which is great. So I'm going to try to get back in touch with her and see if maybe we could get her on. I should have done it for this show, but yeah, if we could, I'll see if she'd be willing to come on and chat. And she told me, I'm forgetting who mentioned it, but was it Dark Shadow Logan who mentioned how Montalban's back was destroyed from a horse riding accident, and she said he was just in such bad shape. But as soon as the director said action, he was another person. He pulled himself together, and he was just night and day. And then when the scene was over, he was like, but he just sucked it up for the scenes. Yep. And of course the chest was real. He was a bodybuilder, and he was, of course, in great shape. And she just said it was so amazing, working with him. He was such a professional, and that was really her. I think she said it was her first movie, and they had people they wanted to, women they wanted to pick to be on the bridge. And like every day she would say, it was kind of like the Dread Pirate Roberts. Like every day people would get let go, and she was still there. She was still there. Every day she, and she finally made the cut. And she did have a few lines, she said, that got cut out of the movie. But she said it was just. And then what was interesting too was to save money. As a kid, you think they're filming this back to back, but it was someone reading Kirk's lines, so they're reacting to a blank screen, and so the set was redressed. So I'm trying to remember. I think they did the Reliant first. They did all those scenes with the bridge scenes and everything, and then that was a redress of the Enterprise bridge. So like the door in the background, they did things like made the door a different color and put the door behind the captain's chair instead of having the doors, to the left and right. So simple things to try to, break up your eye, but it's actually the Enterprise bridge redressed. And another thing they did to save money, if you look at the regular one space station, that's actually the Klingon bridge. And if you look, you can see the pillars going off up at angles. That's part of the bridge. But you don't really, if you watch the movie 100 times, maybe you notice it. But
plus, they took the Earth orbit station from the motion picture and turned regular one upside down.
They just flipped it.
They flipped it, yeah. But it's things like that are smart, smart filmmaking that to save to save money and get things done. So so that's the description of that photo, and then here's just another booklet I found on the internet, advertising. I guess they would give these away at movie theaters. So that's a really cool poster, and you've got all the different, and actually the director's cut added a lot of Preston.
It did.
Preston stuff, which actually made sense.
It did.
Because what didn't make sense was Scotty bringing him to the bridge instead of sick bay, but yeah. That we always mention
Peter
that.
Preston.
Yeah.
Scotty's nephew.
Well, that was the kid from those Disney Witch Mountain films.
Yeah,
That's where I knew him from. That's why I was surprised to see him
Witch
in this.
Mountain.
Yeah, that was where I knew him from.
Yeah, so they with the director's cut, they add a few more scenes, and he's kind of telling the one line, Captain Kirk, you must be blind as a Danubian bat, or if you don't see how great this engine room is. A couple of and then then he's Scotty's nephew. In the theater, I don't think you knew he was Scotty's nephew, and you're like, why are they bringing him to the bridge? I mean that was. But it was just for dramatic effect, I guess.
Well, you also have Scotty with him crying about him, crying about him, and then sick bay, and they don't tell you what he is.
It's true.
Yeah.
But yeah. So that was when you say director's cut, it's really just the extended ABC cut, though.
It really is.
Yeah, there's not a lot.
In this case.
There's not a lot to it, but it's it
Yeah.
has a few lines that
because
fill
then
things
like
out.
what you're feeling is Peter Preston is like he represents, like, when I was quite young, I used to believe that it was because Peter Preston represented youth and the danger of having children and young people in space, and so you have to connect those lines as a viewer, and that's what you thought, of course, until all of this other stuff started coming out that was atrociously expensive that nobody actually bought until it became reasonable to purchase it, right? So but yeah.
Well, that's one thing I didn't like about TNG was like, why would they have all these kids on the spaceship? I mean, on the the Enterprise D, that always kind of Captain Picard Day. I mean, then you're fighting the Borg with. I mean, I know they were supposed to separate the ship, but it just didn't make sense to me that you would have
families. They would have their families, so they go on longer missions and stuff. But
if you're in a risky mission,
it's risky though.
So, and the other thing about we're nitpicking, but like at the end, we were like, why didn't they just a couple of friends like they explained they can't beam over, but like, why didn't they just blow up the Reliant or blow up the? But then I guess the explanation would they could have added a line like maybe that would have set off the device or transported it out into space, like they did with Jack the Ripper, kind of grabbing the transporter and. But they should have had a line like maybe there's a field around it, but that was the only. It's nitpicking, but
you know about the baby scene, I guess.
Which scene is that? You
don't know about the baby scene? Nobody.
Nope.
You still need this up because I was going to share something.
Oh yeah, no. Here, let me take that. Yeah, I mean that's. I think I got all the. Oh, let me just check. I think that's all the photos.
One last bit here.
Let me stop. Yep.
Sure. Well, there was a scene that was actually filmed where Khan had a baby. You all know about this?
No.
You're kidding me. Well, I remember they first showed this in Starlog or Starblazer magazine or something like that, and Chekhov was supposed to look through the window of the thing, and he'd see this little baby scurrying around or whatever. And then later, when the Genesis device is activated, a baby crawls up to it while it's about to go off in the transporter room. That's all you see. And there's some pictures of it, and I just assume this is something to read about back when it first came out.
I want to be American. I want Starlog magazine.
We love Starlog.
So you learn something every day. Wow.
I want to be American. You guys are cooler than we are. You have all my stuff.
Wow. So you got the baby or the kid, maybe not a baby, but the kid, like very small child,
kid, like a 5-year-old. Yep.
Right.
Which scene is this? This is when it's getting.
This was they said there was supposed to be one. I don't think there's a picture of where Chekhov sees him in the thing, and maybe there is, or in the whatever you call it, the their cargo base that they were in.
So this is when they're stealing. This is when they're stealing the Genesis device, maybe.
No, this is at the end when they activate it. You know the shot they showed one shot of it in the transporter.
Yeah. And that's why I was wondering, why don't they just grab it and transport it somewhere else? Yep. So what was that going to be? Maybe like a new. They don't know. Like a new.
See, Joachim, played by Judson Scott or whatever, was really one of the guys because he says the name Joachim for a second in the space scene. So even though he's played by a different actor, that's so Judson Scott wasn't his son. Some people thought that character Joachim was I shall avenge you was a son, but it really isn't. This was supposed to be Khan's kid. How he's that young? I mean, I don't know when but Meyer just decided to cut it out and didn't mention it. But
so many ideas. They tested so many ideas, and some of them worked, and some of them didn't work. Especially Kirstie Alley being Romulan, and then somebody put a kibosh on that, and it had to be removed from the film. And that was the reason why she was crying, and that creates a rabbit hole. I've never heard of this one before. This is brand new information.
I wanted to surprise everyone with it because I don't know if they'd heard much of it.
This is a beauty, Clobby. This is a beauty, baby.
I thought I've read everything on this movie.
Yeah, well, me too.
Yeah, we better go back to school. We're in Clobby University. This is great.
I mean.
Baby.
So was this supposed to be maybe then this baby would survive because of the Genesis effect and then become like another rival to Kirk and Spock?
No, I don't know why they were just going to show the baby crawling up to the thing.
Or just show the baby dying?
He cut it out because he thought it would be. I think now again, Meyer's weird. So, but And I can't remember. It's been so long since I read the article. I think it was in Star Blazers. It may not even have been in Starlog, but I think it may have been Starlog. I forget. Excuse me. But he basically just cut it out because it would have made no sense, because the baby was going to be, or the child was going to be seen again at the cargo base. Chekhov was supposed to look through the window and see it for a second, and then later it crawls up to the Genesis device when it blows up.
Wow.
Oh, it's a space baby from 2001, says Wolfie. And then Katie Carr's got to sign off.
Katie,
Katie, we love you.
Good night,
Enjoy
Katie.
your time off of school, and I hope we'll see you next week, sweetheart.
And thank you she made some nice comments about my collection, so appreciate that. Thank you very much, Katie. Glad you liked it. Yep.
We appreciate you, Katie. So just a weird thing. I can understand him cutting it out. But.
Oh, the other thing, Judson Scott if you notice, he's not in any of the credits, because one thing I read was he kept trying to for higher billing and more pay, and then he's not listed in any of the memorabilia or the credits. If you catch that too, so he got weird. They told him to take a hike.
Kick rocks.
Yeah. So if you look, he's not, and he's pretty major character, and he's not listed on the movie poster anywhere. So his agent didn't do a good job with that one. I think and then Merritt Buttrick passed away. I'm trying to think. Is Judson
not too long after he did the Next Generation episode with Judson Scott?
Right. Yeah. They both.
That's another scene I cry at now. That's I never used to cry at that scene. I now cry at that scene where he says, brutal. "I'm proud of you." When it just that slays me now.
Yeah, it's just.
And of course, it didn't affect me when I was young. Proud, proud, because you're a kid, right? And then you're like an adult with adult children, and then you're like, proud. Oh my God, he's proud. And I'm laughing right now, but when it's on screen, I bawl like a baby.
Yeah, that touched me last night too, with as being a dad now, and then thinking about, and it's so that's what, Star Trek, maybe it's got space phasers and tractor beams, but the core of it is the humanity. That's what draws you to it, with with Spock's line, lines saying, it's the best of time, best of times, worst of times, and it's just just wishing him happy birthday in that way, and then and you think of your good friends in your life, and McCoy talk, that's the movie is set up so well with that scene with McCoy in his apartment, telling him that he's got to just get out there and explore the galaxy, get your command back, don't turn it apart of the collection.
Bookcase. I would just like to say I had that bookcase. Yeah. Did you have that bookcase?
No, that's awesome. Yeah.
What bookcase? What bookcase?
with all the books on it.
That we mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I totally had that that weird glass hexagonal thing. I had it for like 10 years. I threw it out, but I had it for like 10 years.
Nice.
But yeah, you got to reflect on getting older too. So as as the movie gets older, I saw this as a young kid, and then you're reflecting back, on your life, and you're seeing how much depth there are in the characters, and Shatner's performance and McCoy's, everyone's performance, but especially Shatner and McCoy in that scene. It just really brings out how special that those characters are together, and they're so believable. They're believable, they're real people to you. They're not cardboard cutouts. You really feel for their emotions, and when Kirk is yelling at Bones, and then he yells back, it's that's why it's so touching. That's why it hits you so hard, because it's so believable. So it's a special. Yeah, it's a really special movie.
It is. Speaking of cardboard cutouts, I have always wanted to do my family room, like my basement, where most of my paraphernalia is. I've always wanted to do like the cardboard cutouts in the basement.
Of all the characters?
But my husband said no. He said it would be creepy. But of course, I don't think it's creepy. But
Nah.
yeah, you know, like my husband has to draw a line in the sand sometimes. Just like he said no when I asked if we could turn it into a ship. I told him he could pick any incantation of the ship he wanted. This little prayer, that little prayer, whichever one he wanted. And that was also no. So, but those
Yeah.
cardboard cutouts, they're fun.
Standees. Yeah, standees.
Yeah. When I go to Volcon, I take pictures with all of them. It's tremendous.
Well, maybe you could buy them and just put them out like a few days a year and not have to, keep them out all the time because, they're flat. They're easy to store, right? I'm just trying to help you out here.
You know that I have a 6'1" fully animatronic Area 51 robot in my office, right?
Yeah.
I also have a little one in the basement.
Yeah, well, Maureen and your husband would commiserate, I guess. Yeah.
Oh no, Jesus is my king 68. Put the memories in the basement, eh? No, in Canada, because we spend so much time indoors during the winter, our basements are actually like, you have to imagine it would be like a rec room or a pub or whatever. People go all out here. So the basement is like the center of activity. That's where your pool table is, your foosball table. That's where your big screen TV is, and your home theater system and all that stuff. That's what we do up here. That extra space is very, very important to us. So that's usually where you're going to have a big fireplace and where everyone is going to get together to watch films and to just hang out. So yeah, it is my hope to take over the basement. But my husband's exact words were, "Are we going to be those people?" To which I responded, "I wish we could be those people." So,
watch out, Raquel's planning a mutiny.
It's bad. It's bad. I've been pushing for it for at least a decade. It's bad. It's bad.
Yes, indeed. Well, we've got almost to the 4-hour mark.
Wow.
What do you know about that? But it's 2 movies, and we have a lot to say. Even though we didn't go too much of a deep dive into the minutia of the films, everyone. And I hope what we did was okay because we figured everyone's seen them so many times. We thought we would talk about a few other aspects about the films themselves because they're so popular. It's not like doing an episode, really. It's not quite the same deal. So I hope you all enjoyed it. We enjoyed you being here. We thank you all, everyone who stuck it out with us here tonight. We really appreciate it. We, of course, thank Mark for being our special feature tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Appreciate you here, man.
It's been great. Yep.
So, man, we're going to say our goodbyes a little bit. We'll just say our goodbyes here and get out. First, 2 quick show notes. Monday night, Mark C. Comics Talk. I will be joined by the wonderful Purple Valkyrie. 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Little general comics talk because, who knows what we'll talk about, but it'll be comics-wise because I love Purple. She's fantastic.
Lady PV.
Was it the Monday night? Wednesday night, 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. Our follow-up show, Flash and myself, will be, of course, we'll talk about the movies that barely missed our top 25 list because there are quite a few. And we will correspond with our chat there and talk to them about what they think, stuff like that, about some of those. They get some of their favorite movies as well. So the follow-up shows are our top 25er. And we do appreciate y'all for being here tonight. So shall we say some goodbyes, everyone, to our wonderful chat?
Let's do it.
All right. We'll do it real quick, everyone, because there are a lot of them. And I know y'all been here for quite some time. So there we go. The great Steve Mitchum. Don't know if you still a lot of you may not still be here, but we're just going to shout you out real quick anyway.
That's right.
Steve Mitchum. Hello, bro. Great. Thank you for being here, buddy.
Night,
Great Wolfie 762. We appreciate you for being here tonight. Absolutely. That what she said. I can't say it, but she can. Let's see here. The Felicianos had to depart early, but we love them and we appreciate them. Raymond and Sandra.
Love you guys.
Troy Pacelli popped in for a second. Thank you, Troy. Appreciate you, man. He had to run.
You.
Apollomedes Minion had to run, I think. But,
and Pupper.
Sure. And Pupper, of course. Snorter Poopa, Scuber. Hey, are you still there, man?
Poopas!
Cuber.
Appreciate you. Arwen Avalon had to run. And she's having some weather there. Wherever you are, Arwen, I hope you're okay. Oh, yeah, we had some here too. Great J-Man had to run. J-Man, appreciate you, buddy. The extraordinary Eric K. Hey, buddy. The Bronze Surfer, appreciate you, man. Janet from another planet. Damn it, Janet had to run. Always great to see you, Janet. Dark Shadow Logan, hey, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here tonight. We
Wonderful
really appreciate
comments
you, sir.
tonight. Wonderful comments tonight.
Indeed, indeed. Mr. and Mrs. Dadman Walking 55. We appreciate you. I think they had to run, but we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. We appreciate you both. The great Lord Thoth was here. Thoth, brother.
LT.
Thank you, LT, man. Absolutely. D-Bud Martin, buddy.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure, sir. Thanks for being here tonight.
More
Man.
great comments tonight.
Crucible the Craze was here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Anti-Derivative Jill, we thank you so much for being here.
You were sensational again tonight. I hope you come back next week. You're terrific. You've been so wonderful, and it's been such a pleasure getting to know you. Your comments were awesome.
Always love having you here, Jill. Thank you so much. And they called him Scuba Pete. Scuba Pete, take it easy, man.
Scuba Pete! I love you.
Gonna do that. Chris Persia had to run, but we appreciate you, brother. You're the best, man. We love you, man. The great Pat Esk.
Ah, yes, Pat.
Pat Esk, good to see you, buddy, man. We appreciate you being here, my brother. Retro just popped in for a second. Retro Dicky, what's up, buddy?
Retro.
Yeah, hey, Retro, great friend of the
Good morning.
show. Good morning to you,
Day,
man. Retro, good morning to you, brother. Phantom Outsider was here, my friend. Always a pleasure. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for showing up.
Project Storytime popped in earlier. Appreciate you, buddy. Just Joe 47, Jobber. Always thanks for being here, bro.
Thank you.
JT Kurt, we appreciate you. Thank you.
You're great tonight. Thank you so much, my friend. You're wonderful. Thank you for supporting our show.
Absolutely. The wonderful, beautiful, magnificent Rennie A was here earlier. Rennie, we love you. Thank you.
And congratulations on streaming. I'm so happy that you're going to be streaming, and I'm definitely going to check it out. We love you. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Thank you so much, Rennie, for popping in. It's a pleasure. The great Zathras here. Zathras not see, but Zathras do. Zathras don't understand which Zathras I be, but never mind. Sorry.
I finally understand that. I finally understand what he's doing
can't do
there.
a good Zathras, but I love that.
No, it's actually not that bad. Captain,
you can tell me it's bad. It's fine.
Not that
bad. Captain Hipster was here earlier. Cap,
Yeah.
appreciate you being here. Thank you. Speaker for the Dead was here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Some strange guy named Mark D with a C. I don't know who that was.
Who is that guy anyway?
All right,
Hey, I hacked the prefix code. It was only 5 digits, so
there you go.
I was able to get in.
16309 or something. I hope I got that wrong. So it's complete ridiculous. But I think it was. Wasn't it 16309? I can't remember that.
I'll tell you in a second. I forget.
I got it wrong. Jesus is my king, buddy.
Hey, yeah. Thank you so much, and all your great comments tonight. Thank you so much for your participation.
Glad to have you here, man.
Yeah.
Liger fan, my friend. Thank you for being here
Liger
tonight.
fan.
Appreciate you. Matt Ludi was here. Matt, thank you.
Yeah.
Your Muslim uncle. Thanks for popping in, bud. Steve Ernest. Appreciate you being here, sir.
Yes, Stephen Ernest. Thank you for coming.
Stephen Ernest for sure. Slade Wilson popped in for a second. I noticed. Thank you, Slade.
Nice.
They are as in obviously the 67309. Look at the part. Obviously, that makes you Deathstroke the Terminator. The great Ash was here.
Yes.
Appreciate you, bud.
Love you, Ash.
Pop culture activists were here earlier.
Where's Chad? Is he still here? Oh, he's in the chat.
I don't know. Is he still here?
Oh, the chat is on. Yep.
Okay.
I don't know if he's still here though.
Khalil 48. Good to see you.
Yeah,
my friend.
thank you for coming.
Parrot Head is still somewhere out there, wasted away in Margaritaville.
Thank you for coming, Parrot Head. Have a great week.
Sticker of salt there. Yeah. Stephen Thompson, thank you for popping in. Appreciate you. Phoenix Argus.
Yes, Phoenix Argus. Thank you so much. Great comments tonight.
Gannon, Mario, and Cookies. I can't remember that name, something, but was here, and we all want cookies. James Caserta, thank you for being here tonight.
Yes.
It's great to see you. Blue Hero 96. Thank you for popping in. The
Thank you for
wonderful, beautiful, magnificent Katie Carr. We love you, Katie.
Yay,
Thank you.
Katie!
Orville Nation popped in. Always, we're
Yes.
honored to have you stop in.
PJ!
Orville. PJ.
Shout out to PJ.
That 70s rock band was here, buddy. Good to see you.
Kamloops, represent.
Darth Haster, buddy. Thanks for popping in. And Lancaster, brother.
Yay.
Appreciate you.
Mm.
Thank you for popping in. Dee Dee Myers, that's in the Catman, aka. Thank you. Good.
Yes.
Thanks for popping in. The Nordporio Life Forum. Thank
Yes.
you. Cavatinho Calderman Shea. Thank you for popping in.
That's
And
a
that's
mouthful.
everybody. I think we got them all.
Yay.
We always like to shout out friends out here because they're nice enough to come hang out with us. So whether
Thanks,
they're
everyone.
still here or not, you know.
Mark
Yep.
D, see, you need to stop giving out phone numbers for women here.
No, that's that song 8675309.
I know
We're making a
that's
prefix.
silly.
Yeah, you got your number.
Yeah.
I would say it's Jenny, but anyway.
Yeah.
I can't spell.
Uh,
Hire an
spelling
engineer.
please.
At least RD got it. Oh no,
I
that's
love it,
at
Snort.
snort.
I love it, Snort's. I'm sorry, your ship command prefix code must consist of at least 8 characters and must contain at least 1 capital letter and a special symbol. Way to go, Snort.
Good one, Snort.
Love it, Snort and Booface.
Oh man, that's a good one.
That's my guy.
Well, everyone, thank
My
you
guy.
so much for
You're a
being here
good
tonight.
bear.
We appreciate you so much. Yeah, absolutely. And let's see here. Again, and next Saturday night, Star Trek 3 and 4.
Mhm.
So we want to thank you all. Have a great, great night, everyone. And we will play you out with our wonderful intro outro made by the magnificent First Officer, Raquel Briggs, with a little tech assist to get it up here by the great Mark D with a C. Buddy, we appreciate you hanging with us.
Thank you.
Man.
Yep. And I'm wearing my uniform tonight. See my wrath.
Oh, love it. Look at that shirt.
Yep.
Whoa. Look at that shirt. That's bad. I love it.
Yeah, it's a great shirt. Yep. So
All
I
right.
came prepared. Yep. But yeah,
Good night.
thanks again for having
man.
me on. I really appreciate you
Appreciate you,
and
bro.
Raquel having me on. It's been a blast sharing all this
It was
stuff.
great to have you. I just love you so much. And it was absolutely wonderful to have you here. Sorry that I had to go on mute there. The pizza's here and the dog is barking. So I wanted to spare you my dog yelling in your ear. So
That's okay.
But
We
thank you
doggies.
so much for your contributions tonight. I love your memorabilia. And folks, please check out Mark D with a C's YouTube channel. Mark is a maker. So he makes some wonderful things, and you should definitely check out his channel. And thank you so much to everyone who came tonight. And Clobby, people rarely thank you. I love you so much. Thank you for creating this space for us so that all of us nerds and geeks can come together and celebrate this stuff that we love. I really appreciate you. I love you very much.
Well, I love you, and I thank you so much. I'm having a bit of a technical difficulty because I was trying to put up a link. Everyone, here we go. Everyone, of course, my wonderful First Officer is an author, as you well know. And it took me a second to get this thing up there because I'm having some, I don't know, everything's going slow. Could be my computer. But there we
Bridge
go.
is smashed. The computer is down.
It's operative. Yeah, I've been blasted. But everyone, again, Raquel, tell them about your work. So,
Yeah. I write short stories, and they're kind of like the Twilight Zone, the Outer Limits, and they're a bit like Edgar Allan Poe, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And if you love short stories and you love science fiction, please check out my work. They're only 74 cents American, and I could really use the support. And if you read it, please leave some feedback. I appreciate it very much.
absolutely. And everyone, there's also the links to Mark's channel. Please go and subscribe to his channel. And, of course, the channels of many wonderful friends in the description below. So, all right, everyone. Thank you so much. It has been fantastic. Look, we did the 4-hour thing, or plus that. And we have a lot of people hanging with us. It's amazing. Good night, everybody, and live long and perspire. We'll see you Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Global Geek Gang. Next week, Trek, all that good stuff. Later, everybody.
Thank